So today, I guess, what are we doing? What are we doing? I want to get started by bringing something up. Well, first of all, I know like the lighting is really weird. I'm ordering key lights. We'll take care of it. I had to put up a giant, what are these things called? Drape curtain. Because the sun in the winter gets down into like my window height. It just right in my eyes, just burns the retinas. Um, So before we get started, I wanted to bring something up that I thought was kind of it's kind of ridiculous. We're getting to a ridiculous point, and the ridiculous point that I'm referring to is namespace. We are running out of names. We are running out of like unique things to call things, and it's only going to get worse, right? Like if you imagine today with the population, like what does the population growth curve look like? Like it's going up, right? Like oh Jesus, is this the one? Is that what we're on right now? Are we on this one? Oh, that's scary. uh there's definitely like this. I mean, where is that? Like, are these just like models? Yeah, there we go. Human population growth. That just looks, like the beginning of a hockey stick that's only going to go up and up and up. And as it goes up and up and up, more people are going to start businesses and they're going to like register trademarks and buy domains. And like we're running out, right? So just in the domain space, which I think we all know, like especially Bain Games, Noah, they tried to like alleviate this a little bit by opening up TLDs, which are like the .com, the .net. That's the top level domain, the .io, and for a little while we only had like three or four of these things, and then they're like, oh, let's just start rolling TLDs for countries. So you can like now you can get like your .io, which is some country. .ly is, I think it has Libya or something like that. And that opened up the namespace a little bit more and started introducing all the stupid crap you see, like where it's a play on the TLD, right? Where it's like, oh, it's not Google, it's googly .ly, right? And I think I just don't know how we address this. Like the current TLD list, that's one part of the problem, right? Because TLDs, I'm sure Noah probably made this page. TLDs, there's so many of them. Like, how many of these are? There's got to be 1,000, And some of these are kind of funny because you see like Microsoft, right? So Microsoft paid ICANN some stupid amount of money, I'm sure, to get this TLD set up. I remember when DeviantArt was not what it is today. They were trying to get stewardship over .art. I don't think they got it. I think that the price tag on that thing was like $10 million or something like that to manage it. And what's so funny about this is like this doesn't alleviate the other problem, right? So this just makes it so like you don't have to have funky domains, like you don't have to have like as dashes in them or like weird UTF characters. Like you can find something somewhere. Like I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and we were like, he was looking for a domain, and he goes by like a handle, and he wanted his first name too. We were able to find like his first name available like to purchase, right? Like, so just a common first name like Greg, I could probably go by Greg dot something right now. But if I have a business like Nike or something, or Adobe, you probably want the .com, right? So that domains sell for so much money. Again, this is only one part of the problem. A TLD is kind of irrelevant at this point because most people, when they're searching for a service or whatever, they're just going to hit Google and type in the name and hit enter and just find the first result or whatever. Where this gets even like more difficult, in my opinion, is in actual intellectual property protection. So like Facebook, watch this, sues company named book, and this is a real thing. So Facebook trademarks the word Facebook. Their lawyers do a really good job of trademarking that, right? And now they're going after And this is like what, 10 years ago, but they still do it. Um, Now they're just gonna go after you if you have book in the name. So they feel like their company is ubiquitous enough that although it's called Facebook, they feel like if you had a company called DevBook, or in this case TeachBook, that they have a right to take you to court. And that means that, like, so what? Now we can't use book in anything, or else we might piss off Facebook. And I'm sure this isn't like a Mark Zuckerberg decision. This is like, I'm a staff attorney at Facebook. This is my job, is to protect the IP here. And that's what I do. And these kind of actions, they're probably not meant to be malicious. It's sort of just protection, right? You have to enforce trademark. But that usually just means, like, if somebody uses your exact name, you go after them, right? Well, this gets even more complicated. So trademarks don't exactly give you like a full grant on the name when you file a trademark, which is, it's like extended from this idea of like a service mark or a registration of your business name. It's not saying that you have exclusive rights to use that. What it's saying is, within a tight window of services or products or something, you've got it. That's your exclusive thing if you get the registration in. So like Nike would say, maybe in the tight window of consumer apparel or shoes or something, you've got to be very specific when you follow these trademarks. You've got the grant. So you could start a software company called Nike because it's in this different industry. And the general rule is, like, if someone would be confused, if I'm confused and I visit teachbook.com and I'm like, I thought that was a Facebook company, that's how they play out in court. And that's how they will, like, demand you take it down and change your name, pay damages. So we're kind of like running into this thing, though, where these big corporate juggernauts are just going to, like, go after you. Like, there's a famous Apple thing, right? Like, Apple sues Apple Cafe for name. Like, it was something like a Big Apple. Yeah. Oh, even, okay, so they won this. So they App Phil Kind, cafe owner, they got sued by Apple for something that's clearly not even them. Like, look at the logo and everything. It's like not even, that's like a person's butt right there. So it's not even like in the space, right? But Apple's still like, go after them. We have all the money in the world. Just go after them. And what makes this really crazy is, like, trademarks are pretty much your only line of defense. Like, your TLD doesn't matter. What's on your business card doesn't matter. You can go open up a bank account. You can file an incorporated entity with pretty much any name you want. When you do incorporations, like, they literally look for a string match. So you could be like Apple 2 Incorporated, and nobody's going to stop you from doing that. There's no law that stops that. What they stop is like the doing business as stuff. And I just think it's kind of crazy because we're like, what are we going to do? We're running out. The population's growing. People are starting these businesses. There's all these abandoned services out there that have trademarks. There's all these abandoned companies that did business for a while and then disappeared, like Magnavox or something like that. And like, how in the world do we keep moving this forward, right? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. It's one of these things. I don't know if any of you have like any ideas on this, or if this is just a completely valid concern that, like, not everybody is paying attention to. But, like, geez, nowadays when we try to start a company, like, I remember being in a meeting with this brilliant guy. He was a creative director at our company, and we would turn, like, new products on all the time, like several a year, if not like a quarter. We would maybe be doing like 4 or 5 products a quarter. So we had to come up with names for things. Like, that was part of the thing. And he had this great way of moving through it. He would be like, well, what does it do? Right? Like, what's the service it performs? Start there, and then just look for the same thing in other languages. Like, if you were to say like go after, if you think like what your thing is doing is delivering emails, okay, is there anything in the thesaurus that works for that? Nope, those domains are all taken. Okay, well, how do you say the word deliver in Italian? How do you say email in Chinese? And then you get these like weird names that, like, you're just inventing. And the crazy thing about a situation like this, in my opinion, is like eventually that'll run out. Eventually that'll stop, because you don't know when. Like, is it going to be in the next 10 years? No, there's probably plenty of names for the next 10 years, but give it like 50 or 100 years. Like, what do you do? I think personally, like my guess is that there's just going to be massive consolidation. So we see that in like every space. When companies make enough money, they can consolidate entities inside of them. And then now it's like, instead of the huge legal juggernaut of Apple going up against Apfelkind, it's Apple going up against like a subsidiary of Walmart that happens to own this this trademark. Because over time, every company that we've seen that gets big consolidates. Like AWS is Amazon's web services stuff. Google's cloud engine, like these aren't all in-house. They've consolidated in companies, like they just absorb them in. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that thing. I was kind of thinking, like, somebody had asked me like how we got MAGA. And it's a very similar story. Like, we are actually looking to do magic, like the word magic. And this is like 10 years ago. So I didn't get MAGA as a domain name, MAGA.io. I did not get that when Donald Trump was a thing. So like, I didn't sneak that through. I didn't like, do like a shady kind of opportunity purchase. I literally did the thing that this creative director had shown me to do, where you kind of say, well, what do you want to call it? What does it do? And we said, well, this is kind of the product we were working at the time. It was like, well, this is kind of magic. So we couldn't get magic.com, obviously. And then we went through the list of like, well, what is like magic in different languages? What's like easy to remember? And I think what we found out was that MAGA, M-A-G-A, was like the female version of a wizard in Italian. I think that's what it is. Let me see. I'm very curious about that. Like, if that was it translate.google? I think that's what it was. And it was sort of like, oh, okay. Like that's close. It's Hungarian. No, let's try Italian. That's kind of cool, though. Itself. It just means itself in Hungarian. Yeah, there we go. So MAGA in Italian meant female wizard, sorceress, right? Actually, I'm sure there's somebody out there cringing, being like, a sorcerer is not a wizard. They're different. But it's close enough, right? Close enough. So I don't know. It's an interesting thing to consider. And I think genuinely, with the way things are moving, it's going to be very irrelevant. I think that like the number of the way that we interact with computers, there will be a diminishing percentage. And I don't think it's going to be a diminishing amount. I think it'll be relative to the population. I think eventually we're going to stop typing. Like, as a whole, the general population is going to stop inputting with a keyboard. And if you don't believe that, just look at what's out there. Just look at what's out there. Like, everything's moving that way. Amazon's spending so much time and money on Alexa, and they've actually come out and said, like, with their newest campaigning, so this is like their internal mantra, is like, do it with voice. They want people to do things with their voice, not interacting with a Fire tablet, or I don't know if Amazon has a phone, but they just basically want to remove the keyboard. They want to get rid of the mouse. They want to get rid of what we're doing right here. And what we're doing right here will still happen. But understand, this is a stepping point for a lot of people. Like, if you're an executive, you don't want to be typing. Like, if you could dictate instead of type, or if you could like get your thoughts to be cogent on the other end in a document without having to be like paragraph break, insert comma, insert period, like, it's going to happen. Like, eventually business will move off of the keyboards and mice. Like, eventually. I think we're like right at the cusp of this right now. So these names won't even matter, because you'll just say like, hey Google, find me that thing. I mean, it does the thing. Like, even Google even does that now. Google is set up for natural language. So if you say like, Google, what movie had the guy with the blonde hair in it that was also in the Batman movie? Okay, and so now we're going to get like some guesses, right? We're going to get some guesses. Who was the fat Batman, or something like, who was the fat Batman? We're trying to get Val Kilmer that had cancer, right? Had cancer. Oh, so it's not doing great. But I mean, there we go. It got me Val Kilmer right there. Like on a result, not in the not in the snippets, but the first result was Val Kilmer. It's interesting, right? It's like very good at natural language processing. So you could just talk to it. You could be talking to it and just, hey Google, like a person, just like a person. So, anyways, I just want to get that out of the way. Hey everybody, sorry I haven't been reading chat. If you need to talk to me, just at me. Other than that, I'm gonna try to just catch up whenever I can. Krav Maga. So BNG, the name for the security component for MAGA should be Krav Maga. That's not the worst idea. That really is not the worst idea. And it's like the icon of, punch. Hey, Gandy. It's been a while, Gand. Okay, so just catching up. Okay, so I'm gonna go through and let's get this going. So today we're doing user personas for MAGA, which is this thing that you can talk about here if you want to talk about it. Just jump in our Discord. People are getting spun up on the project now and kind of understanding what it is, and so that what we're working on today is the first part of this. So we're going to be doing, if we open up the roadmap or whatever, we're going to be doing desktop design. So today that's the plan. I don't know if we'll get done with it today, but we're not going to do anything too crazy for the design. First step to doing, in my opinion, a good first step for design, even if you don't do it very in depth, is to do the personas. So the personas, just a quick overview. You kind of invent some people, like you say, there's a person with this name. This is like their gender, how old they are, what they do for a living. And then you kind of just say, like, why would they be using it? And by containing our personas, and so what you don't want to do here is come up with everybody. You don't want to like say, oh, well, let's just think of everyone who could possibly use this and do too in-depth of a process where you've got 20 different personas. That's a mistake. That's a great thing to do if you've got a big team and you've got resources and you have like a intelligence person on staff that then can go take that information and say, okay, I'm going to go find how many of this persona exists in the market. So you might say, like, let's just start. Let's say we've got, we have the, and we're going to kind of go through these like a little out of order. But we're going to start with the sort of like adult. No, adult's wrong. Like somebody who's maybe making a transition into dev, a professional. Let's call them Alice. They're transitioning into dev. They're professional. They're like 20s to 30s. They do this for a job, or want to do this for a job. Want to dev for a job, and they have maybe like understanding of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and things like a VM scare them, or they, hack things together, or I will just say scare them. So things like a VM scare them. So now we've got this person named Alice. Alice is in her 20s to 30s. She wants to be a developer for a job, but she is scared about VMs, and maybe we could even say, and is stuck at the point of even setting up a local environment. So we are going to fix this problem. This is the problem we fix for her. We fix the scariness of the VM, because she might not even know what a VM is. Then we might want to put that in here. Hardly even knows what a VM is. That's, like, we're going to fix that problem. We're going to make it so, like, don't even worry about what the VM is. Don't even worry about it. Like, it's important to have, and we're going to do it for you. So I'd say that's our middle person. Let's do one underneath her for posterity. We need a young person who's Like, just I would almost say like somebody who's like the hacker kid, right? Like and I know this is a weird persona to build, but there's a reason behind it. So you have like maybe Pete, and Pete is young. No, we're not going to say young because we're going to define his age underneath those. We're going to say interested in dev as a career and is a hobbyist. Maybe like you would say teens to 20s. So this is someone who's maybe in college or high school. They're trying to learn the best practices. Can hack things together, like, but is mostly self-taught, maybe. And for this person, doesn't know what a VM is, but willing to do things that are best practices. Okay. And so I think the other piece of this too is for Alice here. Alice is like looking for a job, right? So Alice may even have a little bit more in her persona that says like understands she needs to know how to deploy and manage deployments for in order to get hired. So now it becomes this really hard thing of like, I'm applying for jobs and they're throwing in there, you need to know how to use Docker. And I've tried Docker and Docker scares me and I don't like it and I can't get it set up and I don't know why you would use it, but everybody's telling me I should use it. Okay. So like she has a pretty important thing she's got to figure out here. I think maybe just one more. I think these are two pretty good personas because there's a lot of pain right here for this person and there's kind of like a lot of intrigue here for this person. Now how about the practical person? And this is going to be Greg. This is basically me. Professional developer that launches actual products. So maybe like 20. This is probably a big group, but I would say like mid 20s to 40s, maybe. Maybe mid 40s. I don't know. But that sounds about right to me. Develops for a living. Knows how to deploy and manage VMs. Knows how to scale deployments. Hates managing, deploying, and scaling. Understands a lot of things can go wrong with this process, oftentimes faced with financial restrictions to bring in expert consultation early in the product process. So deployments are, I don't know, just sort of like hacked together and put up in crappy containers. I don't know. That sounds about right to me. Like that's my situation. A lot of times, if I have to deploy something, it sucks. BNG, yeah, he's still selling. Yep. So the shampoo shop is still selling products. So, although I think he really toned down on all the stuff that we were doing. Okay, so Breg here, professional developer. I think there's a couple other pieces we can put in here. Whenever you're building the persona that's like you definitely write a lot more than you would think you would write. So hates managing, deploying. I think there's something else here. Like, my intention, Breg's intention rather, is to make money, and time is money, and doing DevOps is secondary to money making activities. So I genuinely, when I look at DevOps stuff, which is what we're managing, um, I'll put a big price tag on that stuff. Like I have a business plan sitting somewhere that says like, and once this thing hits this point, it's gonna cost, like $5,000 to $10,000 to get somebody in to put together our stuff on AWS, to like get it out of the testing alpha into AWS ready. So I was willing to put that money there. You know what I mean? So let's look at Pete. So let's start to put in like if they'd pay or not. Would they pay to solve this problem? Probably Pete wouldn't pay to solve this problem. May even go the long way around to avoid paying. So Pete here probably isn't going to throw any money at us to use this app. I think that makes sense. When I was in my teens and 20s, like I would sit there and like whatever you got to do. If I got to sit there and for 3 minutes wait for the app to like remove that little nagware box, I'm going to sit there and wait. I won't pay $5 to get rid of that. Alice, I think, would pay to, get some of these problems solved. I think so, because people who are in like this mode of wanting to get a job, you end up paying for a lot of stuff, and you might not realize it, but you do. Like Alice is probably paying for online courses, books, tutoring. Like that's a thing people do, right? Alice is actually based on a friend of mine, and she's like, asking me things like, hey, what Udacity course should I take? So she's like, I don't know what an Udacity course runs, but it's not free most of the time. She's totally willing to throw down $50, $100, willing to self-invest. Now me, or Breg here, Breg will pay lots of money to solve this problem if the solution is a predictable expense. What I won't want to do is like, or Breg probably doesn't want to throw money into a subscription service. Probably I will put this in here, like has evaluated things like Heroku. Heroku was actually one of our launch plans early when I was starting like this thing I'm doing now. It was just like, just stick it all in Heroku, until I was starting to like hit these understandings with Heroku. It was just like, man, look, I don't have anything against Heroku. I just think it's expensive. And I don't think people understand how expensive it is. Like if you go, we'll just take a quick trip over to Heroku land. Do they have I think they usually have a pricing figure outer here. So let's say like we were doing a component and instance setup that would be similar to like an initial launch of an application where you knew you needed to scale things. So like you had an impression that like you had to scale it at some point. Okay. So let's just run that scenario. So we're going to take, you're going to need a web worker, right? Like an initial, like something to handle the web, the standard 1RX or 1X. What does this do? It doesn't go to sleep. Great. It's got 512 or 1 gigabyte of RAM. Let me tell you, if you're running Rails, that ain't going to happen. So you can't use the 1X. So the 2X is probably on that 1 gig of RAM. You could maybe get by with that. But if you're running like any sort of real MVC or anything that's got to turn on, anything that has its own little, thing that spins up, that 1 gig of RAM is probably not what you need. You probably need the smallest performance. Oh my geez. I don't know. That 1 gig is killing me. I don't want to make that jump, but let's just say, okay, you've got one of those, and you probably want some redundancy there. You're probably going to want 2, just because you want the redundancy. because that little 1 gig of RAM, if you get traffic spike, it will shut right down. So now we've got that guy, right? And we're going to want Postgres for, our thing. Now we're not going to be able to get away with this hobby thing, the 10 million maximum rows. That'll get eaten up real fast in a production server, especially if you're doing things like capturing analytics. So now we're into the standard Postgres, right? Now, here's the problem with standard Postgres. Here's the big problem, especially on Heroku. There's no follower. They don't give you a follower here. So you're buying two. You're buying two of whatever this is. So you're probably not going to get away with this. 120 connections probably is not enough. So you're going to get two of those. Now you're at $400 a month just in databases. Just in databases. That's it. And you're not getting high availability with this. You're just getting like your normal Postgres system. These are when Heroku does this, by the way, it is built onto a noisy environment a lot of times. Okay, so now what else do you need? Is there anything else in here? We probably do need a couple more things. So a standard service, like a standard web app, you've got maybe one worker to handle things like mailing things. You have another worker that's going to handle like your queue in front of Redis. You're going to have another worker to handle things like sockets. You're going to have another worker probably to handle things like maybe message busing, right? Like moving all this stuff around. So now you're at 4 workers at $25 a month. These $25 a month boxes, by the way, these 512 megabyte boxes, they cost maybe like $6 a month at AWS. So that's why we're trying to do this. Give you an idea of why Heroku's not a good choice when you play it out. It's good if you got money, okay? So we're also going to want, like Redis. So what do you get? 20 connections and 25 megabytes of RAM for Redis. That can get screwy really quick because the way Rails works is it will load all the code, or sometimes it'll load this whole block into Redis. So that 25 megs of RAM might go real quick. We'll at least go to the, we'll go up there. Premium 0. And then we don't need Kafka. And you're not going to want, they'll give you good support without buying premium. So our monthly cost with Heroku, we have to add another $200 to that. $615 a month to go with Heroku for like a standard web app. And that's why I think something like we need to consider that you're like $7,000 a year this person's willing to pay. When you look at the same stack on AWS, like if we were just to roll that whole thing through AWS and even get some upgrades, like get high availability stuff here for the servers, for the database servers, you're going to be maybe looking at like $150 a month. The problem is managing that AWS is not fun, and that's what Greg here understands. Totally understands. Not easy, not fun. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. So I think that's more stuff we address with marketing material than UI, but that's for way later in the project. So okay, let's kind of go back through here. We have a person who's young and used to using GUI apps. We have somebody who wants like the easiest way of doing this, and we have somebody who wants like a thorough way of doing it. So this person, they're just there. If it looks shiny, they'll probably try it out. If it looks cool, they'll try it out. This person just wants something that looks easy to use. And again, this person wants something that looks like it covers their use case. Make sense? Let me take a break. Yeah. So Sigmofo, you'd asked if stop working with the beauty thing. Yeah, I pretty much stopped working with it. Yeah. Yeah. And is that it? I think that's it. Okay. I can't really get too far into that stuff. But the gist of it was we had a plan with the beauty stuff that was not going to happen. We had business plans and models and things like that, and we just couldn't. It just wasn't going to work. So, and I don't know. There's part of it as an aside, like there is part of it where when I first started doing that, I thought it was really challenging and fun. Um, and as time went on, I could see that if you want to do product development, like physical product development at scale, you need money. You need lots of money. It's not something like, I don't know, where like software is kind of cool because for the most part, it's like the cheapest business you can launch. It is the cheapest product you could ever launch because you don't even have an idea of what it's like to work with supply chains unless you've done it. And once you jump into that stuff, you're like, oh man, like there's contracts you're signing for 6 month or 2 year deals, and there's stuff going on boats like on the other side of the world that takes 3 to 6 months to get here. There's international concerns, like there's things like crazy things that happen. Like I had talked to a person who does like medical device stuff, and they had said something along the lines of like, we were trying to source this very rare ingredient, and this ingredient was one of the best UV blockers on the planet, like close to what gold could do, not nearly as expensive as gold. And we found a source for it in a mine in China, or no, mine in Russia. It's called shungite, and shungite is like, I probably shouldn't be talking about this because it's like a lot of proprietary stuff. But anyways, like shungite, this stuff is very rare, and just things you wouldn't consider. Like, let's say you build a product on top of this rare thing, and it's literally only sourced like 1 or 2 places on the globe. You might get it for cheap for a while, and then once they figure out you're making crazy money off of it, they're going to charge you a bunch. Like cobalt is like that. Like cobalt's only available in like a few areas in the world, and once they catch wind of what you're doing with it, like you got no choice because they'll just jack the price up on you. So sick. If you want an update on like what we're working on, just go back and watch the stream from yesterday. There's 2 of them, unfortunately, because the connection cut out. But I can do like a link so you can see the document I'm on. So, all right, guys, let's get into it. We have our user personas. Like again, what the big extraction from this is, the extracted concepts. We want something looks easy to use, looks somewhat shiny, and looks like it can be powerful. So easy to use, that's for Alice. Shiny, that's for Pete. It looks like it could be powerful, that's for Breg. Breg. If anybody names their kid Breg, I will give you $50. $50. You gotta show me the birth certificate. The certificate. The birth certificate. Yeah. All right. So I guess like the easiest way to get started would be, let's make a new thing. So now we're gonna switch gears, and we're gonna go into actual UI development. So let's put a marker there or something and say, okay, here we go. Like create a new thing. This will be a desktop app. So I guess we should make the decision right now. Like how big do we make the desktop app? Let me get an artboard started first. Get into pixels. So if you've never used Illustrator for UI design, you're about to get a lesson from the master. Illustrator is a great tool for UI. You just have to do some things. So we're going to go to RGB, raster effects, 72, preview mode, stick it on pixel. So we're going to do some more settings, make sure everything else is locked up. What did that even do? Did this even give me any more things? No, it didn't. It was just like all the same options, but now you just have them in a different screen. Way to go, Illustrator. $25 billion company. And we'll call that, let's just call it MAGA UI. Go. So now let's make sure this is all set up. Just jump into your preferences. Snapping tolerance, like selection tolerance, leave that up a little bit. Snap to point, yeah, 2 pixels is fine. What that'll do is it'll kind of lock up when you hit certain parts of the thing. Keyboard increment, well, you're going to want that to be a solid number, not whatever that is. One. Oh, why did it go away? You want that to be a solid number because that just means when you're tapping your keyboard left or right, like it's going to move objects that much. Everything else is probably okay. You can always come back and change this stuff later. Make sure all the units are all in pixels. We can set like some custom guides now if we wanted to. We can set up a custom grid. We'll just wait on that, see how this plays out. Make sure all the rest of this is doing what it's supposed to do. So if you ever run into trouble, just flip off GPU performance. Okay, so we're good there. Now we can take this guy and yeah, let's figure it out. So we're going to be developing for a screen, right? And that screen could be any size, right? Like, I think Noah's got a good idea that you'd probably do like 1080 res, but that's if it's maximized, right? So would a tool like this be maximized? I don't think so, and I think it would be in like particular scenarios, but I even find myself doing this. Like, let me flip to a 2-monitor setup. The monitor that's on the left is the thing right in front of me, right? On my right is my just like secondary screen, one of my secondary screens, and as you can see, I don't maximize that. I don't know if that's something other people kind of do. I don't, it's weird. Like, I don't know why I don't maximize it, but I find myself doing that all the time. I find that is just a consistent thing. I don't hit the thing in the top right. So we don't, when you provision the Electron app, when you configure it, you can say like, don't make a full window. Like, you can say, just open it up in a size. So that might be helpful for us to do that. Why don't we do like a MacBook? What is the old MacBook? The 1440 res? Is it 1440 by 900? Is that the one? And the reason we kind of want to use standard res is because it'll be prettier. Usually you get these nice little guys figured out. Is that the old MacBook res? I think that might, no, I think it was something different. Am I thinking like 1440 by 600, 720? I don't know. That could work though. I could see that working. Oh. So you do the same thing, Lewis. Like, you just sort of let it flow. It's weird, right? It's a weird thing. So something we're going to stick in very early, because we talked about this yesterday around the monetization of the app. We're going to just reserve a block for an ad. Okay. We can get rid of it, but we're just going to reserve it and say, let's try to make the UI work with it. There's a standard IAB ad size, 300 by 600. Also, let's get a quick save in and figure out where this is going to get stashed while we work on it. No, so you don't resize ads, Lewis. They don't allow it. So you've got to serve the size that comes out. Yeah, let me take that back. I know that they'll serve ads that come in like several formats, but IAB, you can go look it up, has all the standard ad sizes. So like, I used to have a job where literally what I would do was take like the creative that had been completed and convert it into like several hundred different sizes. That was my job for like 6 months. It was not fun. Like, it was just like, okay, we need it in these, different formats, just like moving text around and all that. When did this become Illustrator 2020? That's new. Great. Maybe they fixed some things. Probably not. Okay, so I'm just going to throw that in the corner there for now and say that's our ad unit. Open put a little gray. Write the word add. Probably have some ads we can throw in there. Add. Boop. Just group that up. Yeah, let's kind of, I guess we can just sort of think about how this would work with some penmanship. I think you're going to have a like list here. And that's probably going to be your list of, you know, the projects you're working on. And then underneath that would be like your servers. And then underneath that would be your components. So if we're just, and we're going to remove this, right? But we can kind of say that's probably about that big. So is that going to leave enough space for the ad? This ad that we're going to try to jack in there. Yeah, probably. So if you, maybe we look at this other end right here as like a tab window. Tabs. About the selected project. Oh, geez. I do have a writing tablet somewhere, but this is about all. This is about as good as you're getting today's stream. So we're gonna get these things as sort of tabs that show us what these guys are doing, right? And I think we need to figure. Well, maybe not yet, but we're gonna have to figure out all the different things that this will do. So we'll probably, like, just to spitball it, it's going to be things like show the terminal for the service, show the logs for the service, you know, and maybe it contextually changes depending on what you're clicked into, right? Because yeah, I think that's what we'll do. We'll say there's a project at the top and you tap into that, and then that sort of rolls down the, it's not even the servers, it'll be like the server, and then you tap into that, or like maybe it just exposes the components underneath it. So you would tap on a project to configure the box file. I got to be writing this down. Let's get a new document to write things in for the project. Mega UI. I guess this would be like flow or something. So you'll have, God, do it. There it is. Okay. So you'll have a, boom, the list, which will contain a project, which will contain a server / instance, which will contain a component. Yeah. So is there any reason we wouldn't just do project component? Yes, because I think at some point you actually need a toggle, don't you? Which will change this. So you almost have like your project local, and that'll be different than a project that's deployed. And that's probably a switch that happens right there. So you would like see the project name. It would represent something that could either be local or remotely deployed. And there'd be some way to differentiate that and say like, okay, I want to see the local version, tap. I want to see the deployed version, tap. So if it's local, we're gonna have to cover both cases, right? So let's say the local case. You would just have the components. In a local environment, everything's in one box. Everything. So you would just have just that list of components and maybe some way to say like configure. So I think, Lewis, we're gonna have to see if, like, what the projects would look like. So if we have to what do you call it? If we have to take like sort of a separation, local projects wouldn't have that platform attached. They will just have, like, you wouldn't expose that stuff. You would just sort of say, okay, you have a box, it's called this. It represents a project locally. And the things that you might want to do with that are like change the box file. So you could, I could show you like an example. So if we open a Badger, which is a project we built on stream that used this stuff, this is the box file. And this actually, it's kind of, we have to be careful with it, right? Because maybe this configuration does both. This box file is able to turn on a local environment, right? But then it can also, with the same box file, it understands how to put this up in the remote environment, because in the local environment, these components are just on one box. They're just sitting on one VM, and that's how they do. When you put it up to remote, the initial launch takes place as a single instance, same thing as the local, of all these things. But then you can say, like, hit a button, and once you hit the button, like, you get the option to convert those components on one box into components sitting on their own instances. So figuring that stuff out is kind of, I don't know if it's critical like right now, but it will help us down the road, like, to understand that these use cases get covered. So let me just see if we're looking at this. I gotta pin that guy. Stick a pin in it. Yeah, hold on. So you're in a project that has a shared box file. So I wonder if the button configure is actually up further. It's like here, because that ability to see that doesn't matter if you're local or deployed. So in the local, you just get a list of all these components, so you could see that they're turned on. So you could terminal into them, because if you look at what Nanobox does, hey, Jack. Rucka, that was Ruby on Rails, yeah. So you can see kind of why are these things up? That's weird that they're turned on. But like Nanobox will kind of give you this sort of thing, saying like what state it's in. And then you can do things, I think, like Nanobox Tunnel, which lets you smack into each component. So you can talk into a component when you're sitting inside one of these things. So let's try that really quick. Well, that's an interesting error. Here's the app or component wasn't found. Ooh, that maybe the tunnel. Let me see. Nanobox help. Maybe the tunnel goes out. So it's between you and a live component. So it's console. Nanobox console. Oh, okay. So you can't even console into these local components. All right. Well, we'll figure that out further down the road. But it looks like we only need to cover for this like very tiny thing, tiny piece. Okay, so Lewis is asking, since he's used Nanobox, will all the Maga components be managed under a single Maga project and group this? So, well, let's not call them Maga components. Let's just call them components. They're not branded or anything. And let's not call them a Maga project because, again, let's just kind of like neutralize the language a little bit. These are essentially Nanobox things, right? But they're not even Nanobox. Like this is, I think this is like Docker language, and they're just they're injecting it into like something they figured out. So I think you'll have like grouping until you break it apart in a deployment. So everything will be grouped. But anyways, so we have local or deployed for the project, and then yeah, you only need to show that component list. So it's just showing you this stuff that's here, and maybe there's tools for it. When we're in a deployed state, then I think it gets a little more, crazy that you have instances and then you have components. And maybe that means like you could only have one of these. Right? And you might even say like platform somewhere in here, which is like the thing that talks to all these things. Anything that you can scale though would probably be right around here in the deployed state. So let's work on just the local thing first. Like a local project. For a local project, what do we need to see? We probably you definitely need a way to select it. Way to select. A status, is it up or down, right? Because that comes in from Nanobox status. Up or down. Do we really need to expose the path? Probably not. But we might want is a way to hit the path. That seems reasonable to me. Just tap a button and then the folder opens up. We probably want a way to change the status. A way to configure the project. And this is outside of the context of a list, by the way. A way to talk to the project, like a terminal. A way to, I don't know, I think we can pull logs off. So maybe view logs, because you're going to tell it here what your log watch is. So this is telling it to generate logs in certain places. It makes sense that for any of these, they would sit somewhere, right? Like that if we know that there's logs getting stuck into that folder is shared, right? Maybe not. It's not over here. Is it here? Nope. So we're going to have to probably get a way to get those logs. Or maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe it's in a ignore file or something. Let's see. Yep. So it's in an ignore. So we can turn that off and unignore it or something and grab all those logs. And we'll just stick it, make sure it's in the get ignore. Okay, so a way to view logs, a way to talk to the project. Are there any other things that for a local project makes a lot of sense? And so, Lewis, you've used Nanobox. I don't know if anybody else has. Like, what are the things that you kind of need to be able to do? There's not a lot of things, right? It's really not. And don't worry about like the little nitty gritty of like adding these hooks or anything. That all will live inside of a way to configure the project. Maybe it would be good to see resource consumption. That might be good. Because I don't think it'll be that much of a bear to get that reported back to us. We can always run something like, what is it, like htop on the box, and htop will start spitting that information out. We can probably find a version of that spits it out in JSON or something easy to consume. Okay. I think that's good. I think we also would want to say, I guess, like component lists. It would be nice if these weren't hidden inside of a config file. Every one of these things that you see like this they're legit. Like they're legit. They're like mini containers. And although some of them only have one thing written, it might be smart to look at these mini containers as like things that would make sense as an icon in a list, So you didn't have to jump into config and see it. It might be good to, like, when you're loading up a project, to see that really quick. And I don't know. Seems about right to me. Oh, you know what could be kind of interesting is like also exposing something like the engine. Like at a high level, the engine. Because I don't think that they're doing that here. No, they're not. But it's so easy. It's so easy, right? Like we have a specific amount of engines that we cover. It's not like a never-ending list here. Why not take these engines and stick them in icon form? Because isn't it sort of nice? Like, I don't know how many of you guys do a bunch of different languages, but I think there's something kind of nice about being like, what did we make this in? Like, what did we make this one in? Because a lot of times you'll hit these weird things. Like, look at this. We have bug plug, blah, blah, the bug plug blog bug, this thing, where we this thing, and it's like, well, what did we build that on? It would be great to know without clicking on it what we built that in. What did we build that on? It would be great to know. What did we build that on? These are all, like cohesive services. What's that? What's that? What's that? And I don't think we have to get super deep into it. I don't think you have to be like, it's Ruby 2, 3, 4. It's just Ruby. It's a Ruby project. Oh, now I understand a little bit better. That'll be cool. I like that. As icons or text or something. An info section that gives you a readable condensed config, like the engine you talked about version. Yeah. So Lewis, you think we should also have like that info section that kind of gives you that config? I think that'll be one thing we really have to focus on either today or tomorrow. Is we don't need to get crazy with it and sort of do every single little piece of the what do you call it? Of like a form builder. But one of my goals with this is to take like the box file and give you sort of like 3 ways to work with it. One would be just a mini text editor inside of the thing that looks like this, where we throw like I found a few just like mini text editors that do this kind of stuff, where if you were the power user, you would go in and do this, and then we'd run lint on it, and when you get done typing, if it passes lint, we just execute it. The other way, I think the best way, would be a form builder with like auto completes. So you're just like, we're asking like, what engine do you want to use? Okay, what version do you want to use? So you're not inside of this stuff anymore. Like it's all just abstracted away from you into like a really easy to use interface, because there's not that many things for this. Okay, like these extra packages, there is a list of them. Like these runtimes, there is a list of them. We can autocomplete against it. These build triggers, there is a list of them. You know, these hooks, there is a list. These things, there's a list. Images, list. Everything is available in a list. Well, I would say most things are available in a list. Things that aren't, maybe like this isn't. But we would know, like, we want to have sort of little tiny pre-baked versions of these, where we can control this a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so Noah had brought up adding collaboration settings. Yep, I think so. So Noah, what do you envision as collaboration settings? Because I think we're not going after teams in this version. So are you thinking like maybe like, what about, I mean, there's the smart thing of like GitHub, right? Version control, right? Like, and we don't need to get crazy with version control. Yeah, it doesn't have to be crazy. I would say like if all we had was, it was just simple version control, like push and pull from master or something, like maybe that's all it is, right? Is like we at launch we only support that, just so it's in there, just so like the average bear could connect in their GitLab or Bitbucket or GitHub or something, and that's all one cohesive sort of language, right? And then just sort of say like, okay, yeah, it's gonna be, you press this button. You almost want to like simplify it down to save in the cloud, right? Right? Like just simplify it all the way down. Like just say like, that's what we do. You hit that button, it saves your code in the cloud, you know, and like that's all it does. Like, well, we don't want to feature match like this monster, right? Like we don't want to have this thing where it's like, oh, because if you have the tool like Get Kraken, right, you're going to use the tool called, you know, Get Kraken. That's what you're going to use. It's going to take forever to load this old computer. But if you have the tool, you'll use it. And if not, we'll give you this other thing. Oof, I am like logged out of that thing. That's not good. This is a good example, by the way, of probably like the way our app would want to look. Question is, this looks very much so like Electron. Kind of see that what it will look like. I don't know, Tyron. I don't really know. I think you simplify it down to just say, so instead of doing like histories and all these kind of complicated things, just the ability to save it will work for most people. I think for most people, I definitely think, you know, there's plenty of freaks out there that build branches on their personal projects, like feature branches, that only have one contributor, and like they exist. Maybe you guys are one of them. But for all practical purposes, if you're the only contributor on a repo, just commit into master. It's not the end of the world. Like, right? Like, basically, you have GitHub to prevent like losing everything to a fire. And maybe to go back and be like, how did I do this thing? But, okay, I think that's good for the local project. Now, the deployed project it probably inherits a lot of those things, right? So that's where this is kind of a funny piece of the. I'll move this over here. Like a funny piece of the development with this is that these deployed projects, they share a lot with the local. I don't think they have statuses as much as they have statistics, because your deploy project better be online, and that statistic would probably tell you. I guess you could just go a little deeper, status up. And that's your resource consumption stuff. I have no idea why you would change the status, but I think a way to bring the box down is probably smart. A way to push a new version up. That's probably smart because that's going to be your like deploy button, right? It's going to be like boop, okay, deploy, okay, boop, deploy. Yeah, Tyron just mentioned like reboot. Yeah, reboot it. Probably a way to regress a version. So we actually have a lot of this code for doing this. We're going to be able to warehouse a specific, and this is configuration stuff, but we're going to be able to warehouse previous deployments. Probably not like a million of them, but maybe like one or two. So if you did a deployment and like it totally broke everything, we'd definitely have at least one step of regression, because in that, if something breaks in the build process or something breaks, like the server errors out with the new code as it's getting booted up, we don't get an AOK out of it, we get like something's broke, then we'll just move back to the previous version. So the regression, I think, is pretty cool, that you can sort of say, oh yeah, just go back to the one from that date, and we'll maybe save one of the images there on the warehouse. So we need a way to regress that version. What else comes down from up here? Probably like the configuring. I almost want to start pulling things into global. So there's global project, not dependent on deployment situation, and that's going to be things like that configuration. The way to finger it. Configure the project. And now we can pull this out, because that's going to get covered in the global project, item or component, right? And so the local is just a mini part of that component. Deployed is a mini part of that component. Resource consumption, a way to hit the path. A way to change the status. Again, that'll probably be... No, you probably wouldn't want that global. You probably want a way to independently change status of local or deployed projects. Same thing with this stuff. A way to talk to the project, a way to view logs. Those are going to be separate things for these. They'll work the same way, but they are not shared. The engine visibility is probably something that is on the project level. Why would it be different in local and deployed? The component lists, there is like a point to be made that really that is on the project level, the global level. So I think that comes up here, but I do think that you're going to have different things. You're going to have different, because you're going to have instance lists here. So an instance, again, is just an instance, again, is like it's a box. It's an EC2, or it's like something like that. You could definitely deploy everything into one EC2, but if you want a chance to scale something where it makes sense, we have multiple components, what you should do is break all the components into multiple instances. And you can get away with running 5 EC2 micros versus 1 EC2 large. And instead of scaling your whole app up because one component is resource hungry, you just scale up the individual instanced component. That really, to me, is the killer feature with this app. Instance lists, component lists, global project stuff. This is an interesting. Would you have global environment variables? I think so. I think you'd have evars up here, but you'd also have local specific evars and deploy project evars. Eventually in deployed projects, we're going to need a way to scale it. That would probably be a subset of instancing, like, or component stuff. But we'd say like a scale dialog somewhere. Okay. I think that's a good start. We can go through our UI toolkit, our UI sort of thing, but I feel like that's a decent start. We're not going to design every single one of these pieces. We're just going to come up with a design system to deal with it, and then we'll just build into it more and more and more as we need it. But you can start to see like the need for these tabs, right? Because if you have a terminal, like that's definitely a tab. If you have logs that you're looking through, that's definitely like a tab. You're not gonna be able to stick all this in one interface. Scaling is like a tab. Instance lists is probably a tab. Component lists probably lives next to instance lists. Evars is probably like a tab. So this is going to be a challenge to get the screen that gets you to all these different pieces figured out. But the individual pieces themselves they'll be easy to design. These are, BGs. Like that's probably going to be the terminal. Probably is literally something we're going to plug in as like, what is a Node.js terminal? Okay, we'll use that one. What is a Node.js log viewer? Okay, we'll stick that in. And the same thing applies up here. Let's see where would the tabs come in here? I don't know. But now we have a better idea. So really we need a top level global project that then has the local and the deployed segregated. I wonder, let's just take a shot at what that would look like. Let's have a use case. Let me build it off of that box file we have, because I don't think this is like the be all end all of complex projects, but it's got some pieces. So our use case, our user scenario box, it has Ruby 234. Is that really the 243? Okay, doesn't matter. Gonna make it matter. It's the extra packages. Having Node isn't a big deal. Nginx is probably something we'd look at. It's got some deployment configuration. After live has a task. And then for components, it has a main web component. So web is the type of component, and then main is just the name. It has a data DB, which is a Postgres. It's the elephant. The web main, did we get any indication of what's on that? Not really. I mean, it's like we tell it to start Nginx, Puma, and a WebSocket layer. Has another data component just called Redis. Okay, and that's obviously Redis. Then it has several workers. So I don't know exactly how this figures out workers. I don't know. I don't know if there's like, if it just says, okay, the engine's Ruby, so we just turn on, like we just install Ruby and all the workers are always going to be Ruby workers. We'll have to figure that out. But we have a worker called mailer. We have a worker called default, because I didn't rename it. We have a worker called mail check, and then we have a worker called mail check cron. That's the cron job. I think that cron job is like it's like some stupid thing you have to do to make sure something else works. I think it's to set up these crons. And that's interesting because it contains the cron, right? So it contains something that a worker that contains a cron is almost like, I kind of want to see that one. Like I want to see that outside of this other thing, because the cron is different than your normal like bundle exact sidekick stuff, where this is just like something is happening in the app and this is processing it, versus something is running over and over and over again and could be the source of all of your worst problems, or whatever. So, okay, do build triggers matter enough? I don't think so. I think the build triggers in a lot of these scenarios are just saying like, yeah, go, like this is where all the stuff is that you need to go get, right? So for the build trigger for like Node, what would that be? The build trigger for Node would probably be uh, like the manifest file. Is that right? Right? Or like the Webpack stuff. So I don't think that matters. I think that this is something you just attach to whatever the engine is. Um, and you probably have to say like, I'm using Rails, so I get it, these things. So what other things are like, if we just do like a step back before we actually jump into this, is there anything that we're, I guess I wouldn't say like missing per se, but like anything that makes sense to see? I can scroll up so we can kind of say, okay, these are all the things we could see or that we're going to cover for. What are we? Are we like in high school trying to pad out a paper here? Because one of the things that really attracted me to Nanobox was their designer was fantastic. Like he really knew what he was doing. Like he absolutely knew. Like I don't know if his information architecture was the best, but that's always the hard part of a job, right? Is like your information architecture just makes it a lot harder to use, to kind of figure these things out. And I think that outside of just a few things, I think they could have done better. For the most part, the Nanobox web UI was just fantastic. It was beautiful. Like they kind of had these really cool like ways to show stuff, right? I don't know if I can zoom on this too much. Maybe I can. Yep. No, we can't really do what they're doing here, right? Like, can't do that to that designer. But you get an idea of like this is how they're handling it. This is like multiple instances, and you can talk into the platform. I think there's an easier way to do it than this. I think this is like your power version of this thing, and we can come up with like simpler ways to do it than they did. You get an idea, right? So they're exposing like at this level, like CPU, RAM, the swap, the disk. They're exposing a lot of these little buttons. Such a very cool and like safe way to scale it, right? Like it's crazy too because you drag your mouse over this thing to figure out the next box. I don't know if this is the best way to do it because it sort of is like these the information here gets lost. These bars represent, I'm guessing, RAM relative to RAM offered in other boxes, CPU cores relative to CPU cores offered in other boxes, and disk again off, represented in relation to these other things. And then there's price. So you scroll over this and like this, big memory optimized guy, it'll be like $20,000 a month. So I don't, something like this, you almost say, well, that's a list. That's not whatever this is. This is pretty, but I mean, a list is the way you would do that. So Chief says the crux of the problem of simplicity for the developer who has no sysadmin experience at all is that the simpler it is, the more horrifyingly complex it gets to maintain for the project team. Okay. Yeah, look at that. $23,000 for this guy. You want to get yourself a how much RAM is that? 3,900 gigabytes of RAM. Okay, what are you doing? At that point, what are you doing? I don't even want to know. I don't need to know. Can you imagine? Could you imagine flipping that on for like a minute? Like, just be like, oh crap, or just like accidentally flipping it on and like you walk away for go on vacation for 2 weeks and come back. It's like $11,000 hosting bill just sitting there. Okay, so again, this is a different project here. This is a single instance, multi-component thing. It looks pretty much the exact same, right? Like the only difference here is you can't scale any of these things. You see that? None of these scale. If we go back up, all of these scale. Every single one of these has a scale button. So what you do with this essentially is you would take your list of things here and you'd hit the move button, which it's wow, that's a really smart design choice. You see what that is? It's like mitosis. It's like you're taking this thing. I don't even know. That doesn't even make sense for the thing, but that's a really smart icon. And you're like, it's the cell dividing. Like it's cloning itself out. So you hit the move button and then you're presented with like, move it to what? And you say like, okay, move it to another instance. So you can have every single one of these things as an instance or just one or two, like something that is very smart to get off your main box, like ASAP is your database. So you don't always need to get these workers off, but that's smart too because they're tiny. So you can like move the workers into like little EC2 micros. But the database, you do not want a database sitting next to your web server. That's a recipe for disaster when it comes to scaling, because what a database really needs is RAM and disk space. And usually what these web servers need is CPUs and lots of them. It needs a lot of compute, usually right here. It's a different problems, right? And maybe RAM to hold sessions or something like that, but not nearly as much RAM as you need in a database to keep it snappy. So we have a log viewer that these guys built. We can see the way the warehousing worked here. And we could do a lot better than this. You know what I mean? Like, they did a good job on it, but we're building it for the desktop, so, you can do better. They had all this SSL support. Just quickly move past the encrypted keys. They had ways to look at the config. Ways to delete the app. Ways to set up hosting accounts. We don't have to worry about that yet, though. It's just like generally just config, Select your host. And we'll be doing this a lot different. A lot different. I say that now, and it's going to be like the exact same thing. I just have a different picture for this in my head than this sort of wizard approach. I sort of just have this picture of like, it's a drop down. Just select it. Like, why would you go crazy? Why do we need icons there? And you kind of see how they're hooking this up. So this is a very manual process. It'll probably remain a very manual process. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out any easier way to do it than to actually tell them like, hey, go create an IAM account in AWS, make it have these things, and then copy paste your crap in right here. That's going to be something we need to secure like real well. I don't know how we're going to do it because it's going to be a local database. It's sort of like securing a Chrome password, right? Like maybe we can take advantage of that, because I think the way Chrome secures passwords, like, when you go and you say like, let me see my saved passwords, I think I don't really want to bring it up right now on stream. What's up, Asbo? I don't want to bring it up on stream because I don't want to like, show you guys my passwords. But I'm sure somebody could try this right now. If you go and you look at like this little thing over here, that's, your settings, then you go into like view save passwords. I think if you go to like actually view the password, Chrome will say like insert your Windows password, because I think it's using Windows to encrypt those. and it figures if you have the Windows password, we can expose it to you. I could be wrong. I know for a long time, those saved passwords were just like, oh, just, there's like a place that they live in plain text. So these people will be sticking like an access key here that'll let us go to AWS and provision boxes at AWS. So this is a fancy username and password to log into AWS. And DigitalOcean doesn't even have a username password, just as an access token. So it's an all-in-one. The token contains the user that's for, and it contains a cipher and probably other things to get into that account. But the big part that we have to consider here is that, like, if somebody had this, if I have your AWS login credentials, your DigitalOcean login credentials, I can make money off of it. I don't want to have it. I don't want our servers to hold this information. I don't want to be liable for it. But if any of you know a little bit about like why this is a problem, you can chime in. I'll tell you, like, right off the top of my mind, it's cryptocurrency is the problem. Like 20 years ago or 15 years ago, nobody would, so what? I have access to your hosting account. What am I going to do? Nowadays, they might put like a bad website up or something. Nowadays, like, they will, and this has happened to me, like, no joke, this has happened to me. Somehow I had a key leak out somewhere, like some service I was using got hacked into, I don't know. And lo and behold, like, somebody went in and spun up those, like, something or another that had a GPU on it and started mining Bitcoin, started mining whatever. And there was this huge bill, and I didn't have to pay it. But that's scary. It's definitely scary. Like, these are like worth more than bank accounts, because, like, with a bank account, good luck getting the money out. You might be able to see the balances and things, but good luck getting the money out. Like, if it's a significant amount of money that requires these medallion signatures and things like that, there's no real way around it. But AWS credentials, you could go in, right? And, like, I think people have done studies to say, like, oh, you're never going to, like, make more than the AWS box costs. But you make money, like a $10,000 a month box, you'll make some money off of that. Something more than zero. I'm sorry if, like, this is totally derailing things, but wasn't there, like, a huge story about this? Like, the guy that, Riot Gaming, cryptocurrency fraud, and this person, there we go. Look at this. $5 million. I don't know if this is the exact same thing. What was this? Yeah. So this guy, how do you not notice $5 million on your Amex? How much money do you have where you're just like, put it on my personal Amex? They got in, they racked up $5 million of AWS hosting, which was used to mine crypto. I'm just skimming through it, but they caught the guy. They got him, but it's still like, yeah. But do you really think, if you're not Mark Merrill and it's not $5 million, do you think anybody's actually going to go after him? Probably not. Sorry, we got into that for a second, but that's something we're going to have to handle. Oh yeah, see, then there's OVH credentials, so this would just be like anywhere. Look at all these things you got to have. Jeez. There was a reason I snagged all those, because I figured it'd just save us a little bit of time. It's just so funny to me that, like, Vulture considers just a key as being fine, and then some of these other guys, they don't. Like, AWS just needs 2. But, I mean, Linode is just like, no, if you have an API key, it's fine. That's so interesting to me. Like, DigitalOcean, they just say, look, if you have the access token, that's fine. But they want 2 things here. Yeah, that's weird. Anyways. Okay, so we have a better idea of, like, how someone else solved this problem. And, like, for the life of me, I think they got it. Like, this is a very smart way to do it. And we're going to probably end up doing stuff that's similar, like just not even on purpose. It just like this is just a working system. Okay, so I don't think we're missing anything, but I guess the question would be like, did they miss something? Did they, or like, is there something that would just be brilliant to have in here? I don't know. I guess we'll figure it out. We're gonna make these as close to a component as possible, like the idea of them. So if we needed to add stuff, like right now it's just the look and feel. If we need to add things, like they're going to be easier at some point to code than design. So I'm going to take a break in a minute. When we get back, we'll start hashing this thing out, because I kind of picture, yeah, we'll take a picture getting through the list at least today. So now we got, kind of just picture this in your head. Like if that's your list and that's your configurations and tabbing. I think we need to get like the logo file open too. So just it'll feel real shiny and stuff. And I'm wearing my NASA t-shirt today. If somebody's bored, like I would love to see where we can get t-shirts made, but I want hats and I want them embroidered from the same place. Because we're sticking this bad boy right. We're making these as hats for sure, and shirts. I really do need to make these logos a little bit easier to work with. So right now this is the worst way to work with them. Well, yeah, there we go. Okay. So I'll be back in like, I don't know, like about 10 minutes. Okay, so before we get into this, just really quick, will the app have a sign-in feature, or is it based on linked endpoint accounts? Oh, dude, I don't know. I think the most ideal thing we could do would just be not to have a login. So you download the app, and it just starts going, and you just fill in the stuff, and it maybe says like, hey, you pay some money to get rid of this ad over here, right? I really don't know. But we'll just play like it doesn't have it. How do we differentiate if the user is paid or not? License key. So we would just do like, is a license key activated with it or not? That thing just spams the chat. Ugh. I think I have to pay for Pretzel so it doesn't spam the chat, but whatever. So just general color schemes. These are all lifted from NASA. So these are all NASA color schemes. I kind of want to try this dark blue. So I'm just going to copy paste this over. And I'm going to do a quick check style guide. So the beautiful thing about government stuff is that, guess what? It's all public domain. Our tax dollars figured out these color schemes. If you're a U.S. person, your tax dollars figured out these color schemes. Ooh, that's a pretty gray. If you guys want to see what I'm looking at. There you go. That's really pretty though. Like something about the subtleties when you move grays and you just add a little bit of color into them. Okay, let's just see how big would that be on a screen. I think that we can work with this. I think it might be a little too wide though. I'm just gonna pull it back. We'll probably do a pattern where this window in the center here is like the flexi window, and the one on the left is a fixed size. So maybe setting that to 300 pixels would be good. I'm gonna lock it. So just Control-2 to lock. All right, let's build our project. It's gonna use some solid colors to get these figured out. Oop. So project name, we'll call it Badger. Or this is actually BDGR. We're gonna flip the font. We're gonna try one of these fonts. I've never used it before for UI. I got a recommendation from somebody to try it out for the UI. So we're gonna try Source Sans. And just to set this up really quick, what we'll do is we'll unselect most of these fonts, which is just clear all. There we go. No, does that do it? No. So we unstar all the fonts, and then we're just gonna star the ones we're using. We're not using Lotto. So there's two versions of the source code. So how do we add this to favorites? Excuse me. Oh, it needs to be this list. Okay, source. Look at all these. What's the difference between variable and pro? You can't even hit the... Why can't I favorite these? Ugh. Blah. Okay. Well, so if we have one of these favorited, we have access to all of them. And that's Source Sans variable. And we want Source Sans Pro, though. I can't favorite it. Okay. So we have code, which is for the editors and stuff like that. And then we have the sans. So I'm just going to stick them up here, and we can just use the little thing to select them. This music. Okay, is that the deal? Do one of you guys want to go look up the license for Source Sans? It doesn't need to be free, but just let me know what it would cost to stick it in an app. Oh, this is like highly recommended because it's one of these fonts that you have it at this size, which is 24 pixels, right? And it's supposed to be legible all the way down to like 7 or 6 or something. Yeah, like that's legible. It's hard to read, but it's legible. So if you're doing an app, like it lets you do things like if you see all the fonts here, these are all Source Sans. Thanks, thank you, Noah. So free dollars, basically. Yeah, and I think we can. I don't think Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think we should load it in through Google Fonts. We should probably localize it. So that's why those fonts sometimes are a lot more, because in the desktop version you're just including an installable for it or whatever, or sticking it in the folder and locally referencing it. So the open font license, can't sell it by itself. Okay. And it can be bundled and redistributed or sold with any software, provided that each copy has the copyright notice. Okay, so we'll just have to maintain it in the license file, which you see in a lot of apps, right? You go to help, about Illustrator, they will throw all the licensing into the about, right? There it all is. If somebody wants to maintain that license file, I'd be very happy. Like, as we find things. Okay, so we have Badger. So we're just doing some things that break up the elements before we go and style them. I think it makes a lot of sense to have like one of these that's like, here's the local and then here's the deployed version. And so the deployed version might have the actual place it lives. The local might just say local or something. So for a local, you would have that status indicator. Let's say it's turned on. We'll get some better colors later, but we're just going to start jamming things in. Weird. What do I have to flip on here? Align. Yeah, let's all make sure everything's aligned to the pixel grid on creation. I guess the same thing for the deployed. Like, is it been deployed? Okay, yeah, that's up. Probably get a little cool icon in here, maybe one here. Let's go find some icons. A Maga drive folder. You can add a doc in there for license stuff. Why don't I make one for you really quick, Noah, and I'll just share it with you. Just shared something with you can dump into. Oh, come on. Okay, 1 second. I gotta log into flat icon. And of course, like LastPass is being LastPass. Go away. Okay. So we need software language icons. Maybe we just look for one like Ruby. No, we'll say JavaScript. That's a little easier. So not what we're looking for. We're just looking for sort of like the corporate logo of it. The recognizable. That's not good. Because this failed us. I've never really had a no luck scenario with this. With flat icon. Let me see. There's another one. Python, maybe? Yeah. We're looking for like this guy. And hopefully what this will be inside of a pack or something. We just grab the whole thing. Nope, it's garbage. Well, I got another option. We'll look at Adobe stock. Make sure I'm logged in. Yep. I guess we'll try JavaScript again. Oh, jeez. Who's using this logo or this icon? Where are they using this? This could be our icons. When you're in the project, you get this giant banner. This one. It's the JavaScript. Let's throw some filters on it. Images. We want vectors. Okay. Let me try JavaScript icon. This is an opportunity, by the way. If you're a web or if you're a designer, the fact that this is hard to find, I would say make these and just put them up as a pack because I would be paying you right now for them. So those are shield icons. Let's take a look. I don't think we want those. They're kind of gross. Very like 5, 6, 7 years ago. I mean, that's getting in the ballpark, but still not the thing. That's crazy that this is like hard to find. I figured somebody would just have this like thing that just was like, oh yeah, here's like Postgres and all these things. Ooh. Can I see it bigger? Really? That's a trick. When you have crappy icons, just make them tiny like that. No, I don't think Font Awesome's the way. It's not going to have coverage for everything. Like, it might have like 80% of what we need. We need one of these maniacs that built like a 60 icon set that just had everything. I really don't want to make all these. Oh, no. Does it include licensing with Icon Finder? We're too deep now. Okay. I don't think we're going to find this. That's bananas. That's really bananas to me. Programming, maybe? That's so weird. Yep. This is good enough for right now. Jeez. Yeah, look at all these. That'll get us. That'll definitely get us through some bumps with this. Got Ruby Eps. Let's go Ruby Eps. What did that just copy? Take a quick look. A little thick. why not make those little nodes the same color? So it's like if it's online, right? Maybe we'll say that this one's offline. We're going to have to back all this stuff up because red-green colorblind is really, 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 really prevalent. So we'll have to do something else to show that this is not online. Let me think. Probably just a little, we just break that, right? So the line doesn't connect when it's offline. Okay, let's get something that might tell us this is local, and let's get something that might tell us that this is the deployed thing. That way we might be able to get rid of the word local. So I'm thinking a micro icon pack. Just of like a little computer screen. Probably do it. Canned, yeah, that's brilliant, man. Yep. That might even work better. So we'll just break the line. Yo, this is supposed to be snapping. It is not snapping. Why aren't you snapping, pal? Snap the pixel while drawing, snap the pixel while moving, and snap the pixel while scaling. Didn't do it. It was just the first chance it got. It didn't do it. Okay, well, that's... Thanks, Adobe. Yeah, that's... I mean, that works. I think, like, right? Like, that's... Maybe make it a little bit bigger and do that slash that, you know, to kind of make it, like, drive it home. Yeah. Yeah. The $1 billion company. And they're slamming new versions out. They're taking how much money from me every month? Is it like $50, $70? Listen, Palo, I would really love it if you could just get some things working for me. That's kind of cool. Like just that little broken thing. Okay, yeah, let's grab micro icon pack. Now, in this one that we just grabbed, does it have things like AWS? No. So using logos for this kind of stuff, I'm not too worried about. Something about me says using AWS's logo might be a problem. I have that feeling that like AWS is going to say no, or they're going to say like you can't use it. But maybe I'm wrong, right? Because like when we had the Nanobox, they used their logo, right? Oh, it's such a weird looking logo. Why does everything have to have the smile underneath it? So we're gonna probably have to do a statement saying, you know, AWS's license or whatever. Yo, what if I need one that's 10 pixels tall though? Okay, so if AWS is the easy one, right? Because it's a short, like 3 letters. If we have a bunch, if we have, let's say these are our big ones. Right, it's probably our biggest ones, where most people will be in those. But anyways, we have like this varying size of text. So you could do like a little box that just said AWS, right? But then when you have to do that same thing for, we'll say Linode, what do you do? Just Lin? How do you do that for Google Cloud? Like maybe Google GGL. DigitalOcean. They all have to be the same. Whatever it is, it's all going to be the same. GCC. Yeah, so we'll have to figure out like what those abbreviations are. Just add them to like a, what would it be? Like a locales or something like that? Locales file. Okay, I can live with this. For this guy, I think we can icon that sucker, though. It doesn't seem like a big task. Why don't we just make our own icon? What am I doing? Going and getting an icon 10 pixels tall. Oh, we got to make this 1 pixel taller. Is that right? 27. Now we got it. Just a basic computer icon. Hey Noah, thanks for this music recommendation. It's not bad. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it, but I don't think it's too bad. I think it's good. Oh, is it too low? It's gonna be hard to figure these things out. I'm gonna move it up. I'll put it up like 3 more decibels. Okay. That looks like a computer screen, kind of, I guess. It's a little wide. Let's do the same thing now for AWS. Ooh. So what do we need? Like a little bit of separation between these suckers. You can see how the circle to circle doesn't look great. Let's just grab it. So everything goes down 1. Okay, and then this guy goes down 1. Yeah. Yep. I think we're just gonna roll around. We're just gonna do text based, Lewis, and just like we'll just render the text in. I'm doing things that aren't easy to do in CSS. I always get way ahead of myself whenever I do designs. And like there's a part of me that takes over and says, you know what, dude, just do what you're gonna do, you'll figure it out. Meanwhile, I'm adding like tangible amounts of time to the development process. You think so? Yeah, maybe a box shadow, but then yeah, maybe. Just to get a little tiny bit of pop. Just to make it look a little bit better than baseline. Just a little tiny bit. Ugh. You know, though, like this is I don't know. This is what I have fun with. I've like always really liked giving myself sort of CSS challenges and seeing if I can figure them out. You know, I think because these guys are separated now, we can, instead of making them two different, we'll just make it the same background. Yeah, yeah, Lewis. It's not a Omatum project until we've done something so hard that we're going to spend a whole day trying to performance enhance a stupid effect that we wanted. Okay, so let's see with this ultra legible font. We might need to grab our own style for this. Let's see, AWS, bold. Let's try the code version. Maybe the code version will clean it a little bit. Ooh, that's pretty. That's like a really pretty W. Down you go. It's a little hard to see. Let's do a save. No, I mean, I you know what? I look at that and I don't know for you guys. You're seeing it at 1:1. So if you're on a 1920 monitor, that should be about the size that it will be. Yeah, I can tell it says AWS. Good enough for now. I'll move these guys right to pure white. So they're a little off. That ruby, ugh. We can do better than that ruby. We'll leave it in for now. Can you get me the, Lewis, get me the hex code for AWS Orange, and I'll try it. Let's keep bringing these fonts down. See how low we can get them. There's interesting things with like fonts is they'll work, like look at that difference. Like this is 1 pixel difference, and they have different hinting, I guess, that comes in for that. Ooh, that 12 looks good though. The 12 tightens everything right up. Oh yeah, it's like, that's nice. Nice and crisp. Thanks, man. A ring. Okay, yeah, let's try it. Let me pull a copy just to get a solid of the color. So this is the AWS Orange. Hey, that looks really cool. So then we'll take that and make it a stroke. And then align that stroke to the inside. We'll just stick it on top. What do you think? Yeah. Yep. That's immediately what I thought. Because as soon as I saw that, I wanted to do that, right? I want to pull it over. It was a good try, but yeah, it gives away too much. Maybe that's not a dumb thing though. That's a dumb thing. Okay. Yeah, we'll just leave it. Easy to fix later. Easy to mess around with later. So this is going to be Badger, and then you have local, and then you have appbadger.io, which would tell you that's where it's deployed. If you select Badger, if you tap into Badger, I think what happens here is there's like 2 versions of this. There's the version that looks like this, where it's rolling out, and then, or maybe not. Maybe this is, yeah, maybe this is the list item. The list items are always a little bit rolled out. And then like if you were to hit into this, then it's like, right? Like it just starts showing it. Yeah, I think that you're right. It did sort of work for the online one. And let me try to move these guys just a little bit more. So if we'll do like 2 pixels of space. Give us a little space for activities here. So much space for activities. because now we get a little bit of breathing room. Which will make everything else easier to do. So let's try that again. We'll do that outline. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me go to isolation on this thing. No problem to figure a way to use logos. What do you mean? And Noah, if you want to easily see if you're deploying to a dev, well, you would never deploy to dev. Versus, like, dev is just happening. Local development environment is just happening. Versus UAT versus production box. And if it's on EC2, the name may not always be enough for me. So if I deploy to prod in this app, a confirmation noting so is awesome, along with an icon that shows it's a prod box. So this is I don't think there's going to be multiples of these. So keep that in mind. Like, there'll only ever be 2 listed here. Can we think of a scenario where there'd be more than 1? Yeah, I guess so. Because you could probably pretty easily make a case for, like, for what do you call it? For, like, I have a staging server and I have a prod server, but they're both remote servers. So how would we differentiate that? Yeah, see, yeah, right. Like, staging and prod is a very common workflow thing. So local versus, so really we just need a way to separate local from cloud. So would that just be as simple as, like, giving it a little bit of space maybe and throwing an icon in here that indicated you're going to the cloud after this puppy? Like, right, like just some sort of break here that says, like, after this everything's online. It could, in fact, yes, GAN be a cloud. You might have a future as a UI designer. It could be a turd cloud, yep. So is there some way to maybe, like, how would we, there's a break here, right? But I wonder if you just go very verbose and just say, like, you have your local guy here, right? And then just go verbose, give it some space. We're going to get rid of this gray guy. See you later, gray guy. Getting in the way. Right? And then just say, like, that's the font we need. Don't fail me now, tiny little font. I need you as tiny as you can be. Yo, man, you're getting crazy. We're going to add an emoji in front of that thing? Come on. Let's not get that crazy. Take a look. Oh, dang it. It just really isn't that legible, is it? I want it to be legible, but it's not. All right. Let's evaluate. Is it because it's the code? Does it have to be source sans? No. I mean, I wear glasses. That's a little straining. That's not bad. I think it's gonna have to come over and do the alignment though. Come on, Adobe. Just cut me one break. Yeah, okay. I mean, like that to me makes some kind of sense. And we can differentiate it a little bit more. We could say like, okay, what are the rules for this? The one thing I don't want locked to the pixel grid, it's locking. Great. Smart. All right. But you would differentiate that by the name, Noah. Like there's no reason why we would call one the staging. Oh, okay. Let's think about this for a second because you bring up a point. Keeping in mind our user personas of people who like don't exactly know what they're doing or like may not have an advanced workflow, would it make sense to yeah, I think it does make sense though to differentiate this cloud deployment thing. Would it make sense to sort of have a tag that they would assign and say this is a staging server versus this is a production server, right? Because you know what, man, you can make the tool kind of like do whatever you want it to do, or we can focus on the simplicity. And I think you are 100% right. Like that's the approach on everything. The approach is going to be like, make it simple, make it easy. Like tell them it's staging, tell them it's prod, make them select it because you're trying to say like, you don't need to know the best practices to use this. We are going to hold your hand through the best practices. And one of these best practices is like, oh man, this is really interesting, right? Because you can almost say like the staging servers always like, okay, Dude, there's a brilliant thing you just figured out here, because you can say like a staging server and a staging and production server are different. On a staging deployment, it's on a single instance. On a production deployment, all components are broken into separate instances. And this is by default, right? And you might even be able to say like, I'll use this pattern, or I'll just say, no, I don't want to use this pattern. And that's the exact point, dude, is like, no, I think it's really hard to estimate somebody's like resource requirements, but I think that right there is the big deal, right? When we launch stuff into staging, everything is on one box, because we just sort of figure like it's staging. Like the point of staging is to make sure some of the things work, and to make sure that it like other people can go beta test it or alpha test it, whatever. On production, yeah, you've got that complicated multi-component, multi-instance approach. Yeah. Okay, I like it, man. So how are we going to work? Let's figure out how we're going to work this in. Because I wonder too, like, oh, hold on one second. Is there a reason why you would ever need more than one local thing? Could we imagine a scenario that you'd have two local things for? Because does this become cloud deployments, local deployments, you know? And even the local is going to look like this. Hold on a second. It's like, what is the namespace for local? There's like reserved namespace, local dev namespace or something. What's the safe? There's a safe TLD that they pulled off the register to say like, yeah, if we're never gonna register this TLD because Microsoft. Do you guys remember this? Like, maybe you don't. Microsoft had for years like used .dev or something like that, or .app. And then it got registered as a real TLD, and it like blew out all these internal tools that they were using. So then a quorum was established. They said, we need one that nobody can touch. Okay, so maybe it was this one. Yeah. At one time, Microsoft suggested the use of local as a pseudo TLD for small private networks with internal DNS servers. Recent articles of caution advise against the use of local TLD. We recommend you register DNS names for the TLD. What? Why? Oh, so they're using they're saying like you just register it. Is it .test is for local? Are you sure about that, Cray? It's not a big decision, but it's something we're going to reference like a million times, so. It's .test. Okay, can you show me a piece of something that says that? Because I think like we all do that kind of stuff. I used to use .dev a lot myself. Okay, so it's been reserved. Thanks, guys. You all have earned 1 MAGABook. So yeah, I mean, like this would be like badger.test, right? Which would, so you're just saying like, how do you access it? If you want to access it, you access it by hitting badger.test. Yeah, like isn't that cool? So could we register that's a question. Let's look. Where's the TLD list? Where's my big TLD list? Noah, who is like the most comprehensive registrar right now? Like, is it GoDaddy? Do they have access to to register everything? Yeah, I know ICANN does. ICANN, but you like some of these you can't register. They're there, but you can't actually buy them. Because I'm looking for like, what if we made this like a real thing? Staging. No, so dot staging isn't a thing. Dot stage. No. Dot. Dot dev. No. Or why am I typing in dot staging? No. Dev. So we could get dev, right? It would just be, it would just be sort of interesting to me if we had talked about this yesterday, that like what if on a staging deployment it deploys to app name dot staging, or like find a TLD, app name dot whatever maga dot staging, and then on a production deployment it deploys to app name dot maga dot dev or something, or prod, find a TLD. Right? Like there's must be there. How smart would this be to do? Right? Like this would be very smart. In my opinion, this would be very smart, because I'm sure like we could do things like, I don't know, it just makes sense to me. Like it just, okay, just go to, we're building badger.io, which eventually will get a domain pointed at this thing, but I know to point my stuff at .dev when I go into prod. And I know, well, when I'm looking at this other thing, I know not to point it at that, because that's the staging server. And that way we're not muddying up namespace and all that stuff. Just the thing we talked about at the beginning of the stream about muddying up namespace, just separate it. Because what is this going to cost us from like a business perspective? Like what, like $10 a month? If that, like $10 a year. Yeah, there must be something. And I guess we could just look and see what MAGA domains are available. GoDaddy or something. MAGA. Show it to me. MAGA.com is available. Minimum offer is $25. That's crazy. I'm surprised about that. Dude, how much is this domain worth? How much is MAGA.io worth? Maybe we should just sell it and call it a stream right there. We wanted to make the money, so we just sold MAGA.io. It doesn't, nobody knows. We could get a idea of what it's worth. I don't know. There's a domain estimator on here. We could look. They're horrible. Like these free domain tool things, they are horrible. They are like usually off by like a magnitude, Oh, so this is saying more than 25,000. Wow. Yeah, you really would wonder, what is it worth? It's a 4-letter domain name. It's easy, it's pronounceable, like it's in common usage. How much does GoDaddy think our thing is worth? Yeah, that's not bad. I'll take it. Give me that 18-cent ICANN fee. But you guys know what I'm saying though? Like, does this make sense? Like, does this? I know we're kind of splintering off from design, but this is a Greg stream, so that's going to happen. Does this make sense to have a separate TLD? Because if we do this easy mode thing, so there's not a proper TLD to do it. We must be able to find something close, right? Like there must be some that are close. There's hundreds of TLDs that aren't, just ridiculously priced. So, and we don't even have to call it mega. So let's give ourselves a little bit easier namespace to work with. We'll call it maga-app. So we can get the .com. Please don't buy that right now. Where are the big lists of all the TLDs though? Because I think GoDaddy's kind of not. Maybe GoDaddy's not the place to be looking right now. We just want that thing that shows me like all the TLDs that are available. TLD availability checker. I don't know if Tora is watching. I need he was using something the other day that was like you can throw in the name and it shows you every single TLD. So you think put it into the what is that, the like the initial part of the record? Okay. So the staging dot thing. Yeah, subdomain it. That's not stupid. But it's the same idea. It's just we're not getting crazy with the TLDs. Right? Yep. Okay. Let's do what are we doing? Let's grab that domain real quick. Because I do need a separate one. We can't be throwing it all into maga.io. So let me grab maga-app. I'm going to pull this up because it's going to ask me who is in a second. No, Lewis, we want it on a separate server. Well, Lewis, the IOs are they're really expensive. I'm just gonna throw it on .com. Unless you guys have a different, cheaper .com thing for .coms are cheap, so. No, we got it already. It's done. It's already happening. Done. Got it. So yeah, okay. So we'll just follow that pattern. We could buy another domain name too. If you guys find me the baller domain with a baller TLD and it's not like $300 a year, if it's like, we'll say less than $20 a year to maintain it, just let me know. But you just do that in Discord. Like, I'm sure most of you are in our Discord, but throw it in our Discord. You can vote with emoticons. Okay, so let me just write this in. So it deploys, so a staging one will deploy to the staging.appname.maga.app.com, just like that, right? And then, nope, prod. No reason. I mean, the hyphen's not going to kill anything. I guess I could do production. Although, whoever calls it that, it's prod. Yeah, guys. Great. Great little ideation there. I love it. Now, I guess the question becomes, like, I guess, yeah, still, that doesn't really matter here. So we'll show the staging one, and then we'll show that this is app.badger.io, which is production, right? But it's not called that anymore because the DNS has been pointed. And so the same way that we'd maybe do this is like prod and then like an arrow or something. Let me see if I got a glyph for it. There should be one. This is Adobe font. Give me the arrow. There's the arrow. use test in live. Um, Staging a prod or test in live. I think because okay, so that's a really good question. I think staging is, let's at least give them some freaking, you know, like some lingo. Hashtag prod. Yep. I love it. Thanks, man. And we can add some colors later, but I think that's the gist. Yeah. Staging a prod, like, and I think the reason, so Noah, I think you're absolutely right, but I think it's kind of cool to say, like, your local is really your testing place. Your staging is just that. You are staging it for deployment. You should have had most of your testing taken care of by then. Why not put prod at the end of the row? Let's try it, Gand. So, like, point the arrow the other way. Give me that hot color. Ooh, that's pretty. It's getting pretty. We're getting that nice texture. I like, I think that works. It works definitely down the line like this. At the end of the box, because again, we don't need to do that. We don't need to be like, there's a thing on the left and a thing on the right. We might have to fit more stuff in here, so let's just kind of keep it as tight as we can for now. Okay, so let's add another cloud deployment, and we'll turn that one on. So that's easy, right? We just change this to be that green. And I think we'll go, maybe we'll do it some other time and just go and like tighten up all the colors and stuff like that. But this is looking great. Like, I think this is the feel of the app I imagined, It's super slick, right? For Pete, our user persona, who's just like, I want things to look good. And we're like, yo, Pete, don't worry, man. This is going to look great. You're going to show it off all the time. Kind of like Get Kraken's like that, right? It's just got that slick, very slick look to it. Since this is on staging, we might not even like have a wizardly way of like moving this into staging. Or I'm sorry, pointing a DNS at it. So we might just say like, okay, this is staging dot app. Oof. So the app name is Badger. So this is staging dot badger dot magaapp.com. Yeah, now we're out of space. Okay, let's see if we can make these a little bit smaller. So it's at 12 pixels. Let's try. Oh, that looks good too. Let's try. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks great at 10. This is a nice font to work with. Let's see what my friend was like. You gotta try it because it's gives you all these options. That's a little tight. Let me just bump it up one weight and see if it resolves. Yeah. Close. I'm going to leave it there. We might be able to get some better smoothing once it hits the render engine. Yeah, I mean that is one of the things, right? Is that like for longer names, this might be a problem. That's a 4-letter name. Why don't we call this something like different? Anybody got any ideas? I'm gonna go one up. Because I think if that doesn't resolve, then we're going to be in trouble. Do you really need it to say staging.dashcam cache? So here's my thought here is that like if these are to maintain a cohesion, the cohesion may be built around the idea that these are domains that you can type into your browser and go see it. Because that's like sort of what your question might be is like, well, where is it deployed? Oh, I just typed this into my browser and off I go. When I drop the URLs and show them on the right after you click on them, or an icon to click to go to them. We're thinking about it for a second. So if we drop the icon, or if we drop the names out, and we just called them what they were, if we said this is your local, this is your staging. Okay, I could see it. Like, do you need to know these names? If we give you a way to hit them, do you need to know them? Probably not. So, yeah, let's do it. So let's follow this as our pattern. We're going to have just maybe that little arrow that says staging, or maybe just, yeah, let me get rid of the arrow even. We'll color this bad boy. You know, I actually like that source code pro a lot more than the sans. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, it looks so good. Ooh. I don't know if that was an upstate New York thing, but there was this guy that used to he would come on the local news and he'd just say, "Ooh, it looks so good. Ooh, it's so good." The weirdest local news segment ever. Yeah, then we could just go to full like papow, right? Just like the full on there she blows. This up to white. Ron Popeil, was that his name? I don't know. Local. And then these are a little light, so I'm gonna boost them. Nope. Okay. Local staging and prod. And now we just need a little way to hit them. There's a universal sort of icon for that. It's that font awesome icon. One day we'll have a decent way to work with font awesome. It's not going to shrink very well, but I'm just going to grab it. It's not. It looks like that one, but it's not that one. It's like that. It's an arrow going into a corner of a box. That guy. Yeah, we can make that in like 2 seconds. Or we could use Font Awesome and it's done. I don't think Font Awesome gets crispy until 16 pixels or something, though. It's like something like that. No, the voice of Gand saying put everything on the right makes sense. Okay, but we get the idea, right? So I guess like just a quick question: if we had 2 things, would they just sort of look like this, or would they just roll up and look more like this? So like this is the only open one thing at a time. Yeah, I think the problem with only opening one at a time, is that like you wouldn't have visibility into all these things, which you almost really want, right? It would be tough to take that, collapse it, and then somehow describe that there are 3 components, 2 of which are online. So, James, it's a good question. Like, do I take accessibility into consideration with my designs? Uh, Sometimes. Like, it depends on what I'm building. Right now, I mean, there's things that I definitely have learned. Like, you don't want colors to be primary indicators, or they can't be. I'm sorry, an exclusive indicator of something. So, like, that's why over with these designs, like we have, not only do we have a green indicating something, which is great for people that have the ability to see those color differences, we also have a red indicating something with a different style. Like, so if you had problems with seeing the difference between those 2 colors, you'd still have a way to know they're different. Well, again, yeah, I'm just saying that like for having several things tucked, it, like I said, I think it might be hard to indicate that. We can try it. So, would we ever have more than one local? I think was a question I brought up. If we say for now no, like if it's like no, you can only have one local version of this. If you want another one, just make another project. And for cloud deployments, if we say could you ever have more than 2? No, you can only have 2. So the maximum is going to be like these 3 things. I think I got an idea. So let's say this is rolled up. Yep. These are different enough letter forms. I think we can get away with it. So same scenario, local and staging are turned on. Prod is not. So you're thinking the same thing, but just underneath? Well, we have to see. Um, Dashcam cache as a word doesn't have any descenders, so we'll have to throw in like a word like Mississippi or something. Is that just using contrast to indicate that it's not the best? It could be fine though. With the colored pounds. Let's try it. Again, just like I was just saying though, Lewis, like you got to be really careful making the color. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Making the color the thing that does it. You can use contrast. I think it's pretty safe to use contrast, but like somebody that might have trouble seeing the P. But again, it's one of these things. Is like, well, how much do you care? We're not a government organization, so I don't think we really have much of a. This isn't a healthcare product or anything. Like, we do not have any obligation to fix those things, make them a certain way. It's nice to, but it's also nice to have, like the not have to go overboard with it. Okay, so we've got some indication for this, thing. Can I maybe pull this back from bold? Go. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if we could even make it smaller when it's in a list. I'm going to try one more iteration like that and say that's just like a tiny one. Because we still have to do this now. Like, there's another level of this, right? Where then we're saying, like this is just one level in. Right? Like, we're going to want to show this exact same thing, but with components now turned on. And we have a list of components we can look at. And especially when they get to the production thing, I guess it would be the same, like if you're looking at components in either scenario. But yeah, let's see. Okay, so let's make this smaller. So we'll let's cut it in half. See what happens. 25. Get this down to 25. Is that going to be too weird with these? Yeah, they're like 27. Let's make this just a tiny, a smidge bigger, but still get a little more real estate here. I think that little guy, that might be a little too far over. Hold on 1 second. Grabby goo. Let's go like more like that. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. That's the way. Let's give these a little move. Guys, I have been sitting on this design for weeks. It's just been up in my head. Like, I don't know if you guys ever do that. You let it percolate up there and just it becomes like a thing. You just sort of start seeing it. You're walking around. And you're like, oh, I see it. I know what this is gonna look like when it's ready to go. Okay, so I guess the weird thing is you're gonna lose your line of alignment on this smaller one. Maybe we can reestablish a grid off of that. Yeah, I'll try it. Yep, then you have a proportional scale. That works. And then can we move this sucker just a little? Maybe not. Okay, now if it's this small, I'm just gonna be a little anal about this. I gotta break this out. Illustrator doesn't often, like, sometimes it has a little trouble doing a vertical alignment because it takes into account the leading, which is like that space between, like, line height basically. So in CSS, it's really easy to do a line height alignment where you just say, like, if you want to center something vertically, you just say line height equals the height of the container. In Illustrator, a lot of times you'll get this like weird thing like that where it's pushing it up just a little too much. Okay, so now we have the same idea, LSP, But I wonder if here, like, if you're almost forced to do this, sort of like this. I don't I don't see a problem with that. I think that's fine. And you can just, clip just to like a limit on the strings, the visible strings. So Noah asked, are we going to do a list view for components or grid view with icons? Um, Pooh, that's a really good question. Let's try let's try a actual, like, let's try to extend this. I have an idea in my head um for how the components should talk. Talk? Is that the right word? Should display even while in the list. And that idea included like micro sparkline kind of design, information design, to say like, so essentially I could have this, my idea, let me just draw it really quick. My idea was like you could have this list, and then when it expands out, and like you're somehow expanding the production tab or the staging tab or something, that you would have like the little element for the elements like this, like icons. They might not be square, right? But then you'd have the name of it, and then you'd have like your stats, just so you could like see it really quick. So we would color code the stats, which again, not great for colorblind people, but like if it's up higher, it's worse, and then color code those stats. So if I was working on a project, like it would be great if I could see that in real time as I'm doing like V2 of it, and I've got this tool open, it's sending me back constant telemetry. And when something starts to go weird, I just look over and I see it going, I see the line climbing up or something. And I'm like, okay, well, there's a problem with something. That's my thought though. But the thing is, for a component, we could look and see what was in that document really quick. But I don't know. I think there's like 4 factors for a component. Yeah, we don't need to look at that thing. I think it's CPU, RAM, disk, and then swap. So really, I don't think you care about swap. Disk, you might care about on data components. I guess you could care about it on any component because it could be like maybe not workers, but disk could make sense. I don't think we're gonna be able. It's not EC2. You want to see like, oh, I see what you're saying. Like, see if there's a lot of bandwidth streaming. That's pretty cool, man. Would bandwidth be a graph? Oh, probably not, right? Because bandwidth it would be in a more expanded thing. Well, maybe all of these too are like, do we need to show a graph, or do we just want to show the raw like percentage, right? So any graph we generate will have a 0 to 100% for CPU. It will have a 0 to 100, and CPUs go beyond 100% in some of these environments. Like AWS will say, report 150% on a CPU, because it's got that spillover protection or whatever. But anyways, you have a gauge that goes from 0 to 100% for CPU and RAM, because there's a fixed amount of CPU, a fixed amount of RAM. The disk, it depends, right? Like, do you have an actual percentage on the disk? That we'd have to look. Is the disk statistic? We could probably find this out right now. Is the disk statistic representing, like space remaining, or is it representing how much of the disk is getting hit in any given moment? Because if it's disk getting hit, then you need 0 to 100%, right? Is it 100% utilized or 0? If it's space remaining, then you really should it's probably a representation of IOPS. But if it's space remaining, you might need to say like 49 gigabytes, right? If it's because I'm thinking the same thing for bandwidth. Like you're right, bandwidth is probably pretty cool to show, but bandwidth is not like a 0 to 100%, especially not at AWS. There's probably no 100% bandwidth there. But it's probably something we can pull the NIC, and the NIC can probably shoot us out some information to say like, I'm moving this much data right now, either in packets or, well, if we have packets, we can figure out how much it is. Let's take a look. So this should be in GitHub. You guys feel free to look with me. I'm going to go through. It's probably the agent or the pulse. So I'm going to go through this. Somebody wants to look with me. This is the micro agent, but we can just kind of move through it and try to see. I think it's in here. Somebody wants to jump in, go up one folder and look at pulse. Pulse is what's sending the information. Let's see. This is what we're going to, this is the API for what we're going to install on deployed boxes. Okay, so logvac is picking it up. We get a CPU percent. We get a RAM percent. We get a raw value of the amount of RAM used. That's great for like other things, right? Disk percent. And swap RAM percent. Oh, so they didn't do that. This is just for the platform tools. So that's not coming off the box. That's coming off the platform. So we get a CPU percent, a disk percent, which there's one that says dev VDA1, and then there's another that says dev VDA15. And the example is just a big number. That sample has multiple volume mounts. Oh, so is it showing like you could potentially have like one up to whatever of this? Like one up to whatever, it'll just kind of come out. Okay, so the CPU will come back as a percentage, the RAM, and we can definitely like get Dan on the line one day and just be like, hey man, we want to extend this a little bit just to do that bandwidth thing. I don't see anything in here for bandwidth, but so that's Pulse. Let's go take a quick look at Pulse. Let me just see if there's anything else in here. So Pulse, I think, is what actually relays the info. API-driven stats collector service for real-time stats publishing historical out. Ooh. So it's already coming with the historical aggregation built in. How cool is that? How cool is that? Like, just deploy this, and it's like a ready-to-go tool. But it looks like Pulse doesn't. It must be so. It is. It's so open, right? So you get a JSON out, and it's just gonna tell you things that are emitting off of the agent. That's so freaking cool. Feature for paid users. I don't know, man. Do you make that a paid thing, or do we just make it really slick? Because it's one of these things, right? That like if we can make it look really cool and do those things really cool, it doesn't cost us anything but time. It's not like we're running any of this stuff off our own servers. I think this Pulse server will be, well, maybe not. Maybe it'll be like, in order to do this, you need to stand up your own Pulse server, right? And like you're gonna make the user stick this like little box up, and they're just gonna pay for it every month themselves, right? I think that should be one of our. Guys, really, shouldn't that be sort of the tenet of how we do this? Like, why pay us $10 a month for this feature when you can just host it yourself for $6? And then, one less thing for us to manage. That's all. It's like just your thing to, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm being stupid about this, but I think it's smart. But screw it. We could just get the $10 a month though. So okay, we have an idea. What is the swap on a? Like, is that something? If they're pulling it, I don't think I've ever had an issue with swap. I've seen it spike, but I've never had like. But it only spikes when you're doing weird stuff like moving databases or scaling databases. At least for at least that's all I can remember. I might be way off on that. Because normally, I'll just like I'll increase the RAM or something. Okay, so just as a answer to you, Grace, I mean it's hard to talk about, but like, so when I stopped working on Badger, just like all the other reasons aside, um, it was a really hard decision. Uh, there's a lot of little things I could tell you around it that made me like that weighed on the decision. But really, I think the big one was like my dad died, and like I had to sort of deal with that. And although streaming feels less like more connected than not streaming, like I couldn't do it. It's like streaming isn't, it's not lonely or anything like that, but I don't hear you guys talk. I see it. And I have conversations with you guys that are on a 2 second delay. I don't hear you laugh. It's hard to tell a joke. So I just needed to not do that work for a little while and like go be around people. And yeah, I just sort of said like I can't do software for a little bit. Yeah. Just like there's a lot of other things. I mean, that wasn't the only reason. Like it's not his fault or anything. It's just like that hit me kind of hard. And yeah, we were very close to launching. We were like no joke, days away. Days away. And I think I'm gonna revisit it. And when we get the pieces of MAGA going again, we're gonna launch Badger as part of it. Like probably we'll launch MAGA, and then like I'll take a week off or something, and then come back and launch Badger in like 3 or 4 or 5 days or something. I really think Badger's a cool product though. Like we still use it. A one-click app through MAGA, maybe. Yeah, I really don't know. I think I got to a point with Badger where I'm completely comfortable with it being free, and just sort of seeing what happens with it. Like just we'd have to figure out like if there's anything in there that could cost a lot of money, but it's only, I mean, even in a full production environment, it's only like $160 a month to have that thing fully fledged and like running full speed. That's including the massive mailing engine that I'm still paying for because I'm just a dummy. I forgot to stop paying for it. But it's like it's ready to go. I think what we could, it just would simplify it. We would just take down any impression of support or further development by removing the monetization. And just sort of saying, yeah, use it. Like if you find a use for it, we'd love to know what you're doing with it. And yeah, I would love to see it. I'd love to see it get out there because we spent a lot of time on that. May not have been the right product to build, but it was the one we built. And yeah, much different though than this MAGA one, huh? Like Badger is sort of like one of those things where you're like, I hope we find a use for that. I hope we find users that will enjoy this. But something like MAGA, it's like there is a hardcore need for this thing, and people will use it. There's no doubt in my mind that this has, I would say at the low end, just at the low end, probably 10,000 customers I could talk to tomorrow. Like, no problem. Just to be like, hey, I got this thing. And it does this. I don't think it would be very hard to reach out to former Nanobox customers either. And just say, hey, that thing you were using that stopped working, like, we do it. That's what we do. 100%. Yeah, dude, it's no fun. It is zero fun. Like, it is to me, I think doing this kind of stuff is like, not the stuff, obviously not what we're doing right now, but doing the management of DevOps is like the worst part. It really is. There's really no getting around it. It's the worst part. Because you're learning this skill set that once you're established, you don't need that skill set anymore. So you're just wasting all this time learning it. And you're never going to be as good at it as the person that specializes in it. You know, I think that's the worst feeling, is like, you know that you're just like, I'm never going to be as good as like somebody who's a dedicated DevOps. I hate it. Sorry, it's not really a side note, but there's a real reason why we're building it, right? Because I think that's most people, is you'd rather just like focus in on doing the stuff you want to do. You're gonna focus in on making the app better, add features to it, not figuring out how to make sure it can handle the users or anything, you know? Yeah, how much did you pay that guy? Right? Like, that's not even a cheap hire, because they're like that funky infrastructure hire guy. Yeah, where they're like, well, because we went with this person, we're going to save all this money. And that guy knows that. He's like, I'm going to bill you basically according to all of this money I'm going to save you. like that's how we're doing it. We're 100% doing it that way. Sorry if I'm repeating myself. It's getting a little late. But I can work all night. Christy's got a meeting tonight, so she's just like, spend all the time you want on your stream. You guys have no idea how long I wanted to do a design like this, where we just kind of, I don't know, like move in, do a lot of, it's essentially like the information design, right? I don't think we need that line. Go. Just a lot of, and just the idea that it's a desktop app, I think, is fun to me. So, okay, let's try this next one where we're gonna, which one do we like more? Do we like this? Is this little guy okay? Or do we want the bigger version? Okay, yeah. I'll push the little guy over to the side. See you later, little guy. Small one's okay, okay. All right, so let's say we have the, I'm going to move him over to, I'll move him down to the bottom. All right, and then we'll take small guy, sort of show that some relationship to the next one. Long boy. All right, so if you were moving these or opening these up and sort of seeing them in the list, and hold on, we're not done with these gradients yet. So if you were seeing these in the list though, and you had like the project that's opened up, do you think it makes sense to see like multiple pieces of that project expanded at once? Do you think that it could make sense to do that? because this is my impression. I will advocate for that part. Somebody else can advocate for the other part. I'm working on Dashcam Cache, and I have my desktop app open, and I'm like, I'm kind of going through and making sure that the new local version's correct. But my head is wrapped around Dashcam Cache. I have a staging server up that is just sitting there and doing stuff, and I have a production server up that's sitting there and doing stuff. While I'm working on this, wouldn't it make sense? Is it a tap toggle or something, or would it be always open, showing me all these components and what the stats on the components are? I don't think it's a mouse over, right? Is it like you press a button and it reveals it? Like someone had talked about pinning it, right? Is there that idea that you can is it just like that little carrot, right? That kind of goes, you guys want to talk about like, let me make one real quick. I think there's probably one in a font. Usually Adobe throws these into every font. Yeah, this guy. Like even like you see it in Adobe, right? You see these interfaces right here. Get rid of it, expand it, make it, make it bigger, make it smaller. It's a double arrow. Yeah, okay. So we can focus on like what that is actually going to look like at some other point, right? But just the idea is that you'd have this sort of like toggle thing, and that's you can wrap it up like that, or you can hit another button and it drops down. You might want to compare. Yeah, exactly. Like so it might be like you want all of them open, right? And so okay, if we're doing local staging prod, really local is more like, what do you call it? Like local is probably going to mirror what staging looks like. But of course they're two separate containers. But in terms of like designing this out, let's just do the staging and prod opened up and the local closed. So I have kind of some cliff notes to go back and say, okay, there was this thing that opened and closed these guys. Draw it out, Noah. Or figure out your words. Okay. So we're going to turn this server on too. So let's do that real quick. So we have two servers turned on. Locals turned on as well. So all three of these are turned on. I'm going to kill that gradient just for now. She'll come back later. She'll make an appearance. Okay, so opened up. Get rid of that. Move that from there to here. I should look really quick. Is there a green? No, we're going to have to extend there's a green, but that's not the green. There is a red. Probably use that red. The pin for the stats should be to add to stats panel. As you add more things, the stats panel updates to reflect auto grouping. Not actually multiple panels, but toggling will be displayed in a universal panel. That sounds really like, what's that thing? The Tableau? Like dashboard builder. I'm not sold on it yet, man. I smell what you're cooking, but we do have all this space over here. And so keep in mind, like, we're basically going to just be expanding everything over on the other side. Then that will be more like clicking into things, like, and saying like, let me see this part and this part and this part. But we'll mull it over, because I think usually your ideas, they go somewhere. All right, boys, it's Inception time. Let's just start with staging. So the only real difference between like a staging dealio, because the staging is going to read the component file, right? And that component file is going to generate the different components with their namespace. But the difference in staging is that it's underneath one instance. So we will provision a single EC2 box to hold all this stuff. That single EC2 box, from this panel, it's statistics only. I don't think we shorthand. I don't think we throw controls here. Nope. I can't see a reason to throw controls over in a list like this. What we want to show is visibility and statistics. If statistics overwhelms this view, just visibility. Just what's the name of it, you know? And these things, as far as I know, they can't turn on and off independently, can they? In a single instance, I don't think they can. Like, could you have? I guess you could have a scenario where you've got multiple instances and one's turned off. So we'll have to consider that too. Why did I kill the offline state? Oh, just so I can compare different things. I didn't kill it. I mean, we're trying to do a different design run. Okay, let me find this document. Oh, come on. I just had it open. Dang it. Okay, so here's our scenario. We'll start working this through. So we're going to have all these different components. And this is going to be on, again, under one instance. So we need a way to show that it's under one instance, right? So that instance would have a name. In this, it's like AWS dot something. I think they literally name it like AWS 1, which probably makes sense. And maybe it's like main or something. I don't know. So that's the instance, though. Maybe it's like AWS 1.ec2 or something. We'll try that. That might make a lot of sense to name it after whatever it is in AWS. And it will give us some flexibility in the future to say, like, oh, you can stand up these other types of instances. Yeah. Sorry, AWS 1.ec2, which will contain the rest of these guys. Let's make this white for now. We're going to start moving through it. Web.main. And we might want to separate these out, right? So again, the first part of this is what it is, and the second part of it is the actual name of it. Let me try a different station. This does not sound like synthwave to me. Horrible names. Like, they get a little big, right? So if we wanted to do stats because of the size of the names and stuff like that, it might get a bit tough. How the user personas think about that. Um, okay, so Pete would probably think it's cool, right? Pete would be like, "Oh, it's really cool. Look, I'm a hacker man," right? Because Pete's our hacker man. Alice would probably think, like, it would probably be a little confusing to Alice. Like, she might not understand why it says data or worker or web. Um, for Breg, I think that's. I mean, for Breg, it's probably like because that's me. I'll just say for me. For me, I think I like to see it because it's verbose. However, there's a part of Breg that's like, why am I repeating data and worker? Like, but there is the connection of it, like that it connects back to this thing right here called worker mailer. Yeah, that's why I think it might be important because it's easy to trace it, easy to troubleshoot it. I don't know, man. I smell what you're saying. I smell what you're putting down. I don't think you buy yourself much by getting rid of the the component like name or the component type. I guess that'd be EC2.8 of this one. EC2. Right. Like I don't think you buy yourself anything. We'd have to think of an alternate way to solve it. Yeah, I know what you're saying though. And like I think it's like you're onto something. I just don't know how to implement it. Um I would love if we could figure out something so uh like the verboseness is not what I want here as much as I want like the statistics, but the statistics need to attach to the things. So I don't know how to do that. I don't just let me think. I'm working on this thing. I'm only working on one thing at a time though. Oh, it doesn't look good at all. I'm only working on one thing at a time. So do you just kind of say like, here's your staging box and then go bigger with all this stuff and then have enough room for your stats as an underline instead of a, yeah. I know that's gonna be a lot of space, but it would also give us a little more room for other things. I guess you really could never go bigger than this guy. So that's 27 pixels tall. Or we could just see if it works. Like at this size. I don't see a place to put it. Okay, so the things we want to get in here, I just write that out. Okay, out of all these, I think, yeah, like all of them, and we can have them. It could be as a spark, but if we just sparked 4 things, that's a real hard thing. That's really hard to ask from 20 pixels. You can get a spark maybe into a 10 pixel space, but not 4 of them. You know, I think that might be going too deep. You're putting something like 3 or 4 clicks away at that point. Like 1. So you go tap to open that up, tap to open that up, tap to open that up. Yeah, it's still too much. Especially if you wanted to open up all of these and it's tap, 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 tap all the way down. You know, let me try it. Let me just, not that idea, but let me try doing this weird height scale thing. So what if this was taller? What if it was twice as tall? Is that the end of the world? I don't hate it. Do you have 15 workers in your app? Yeah, I don't know. I think you just scroll. If you're the person with 15 workers in your app, don't you think just scrolling would be the thing? Let me just try this. Let me try like building this out. I'm not sold on it. I have been using AI forever. It's like my daily driver for design for the past long time. Like probably 13, 14, 15 years. So if I have CPU percentage, disk percentage, RAM percentage swap, and maybe network. Let me work on network first because that would be like the thing of 4.8. That would be like the number. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna do it, is it? It's not, it totally can't. We could just think about. Let's try lines. Uh, 2 pixels. I'm going to turn that off just so we can see it. But now Illustrator will play its games with us and nothing will align to the pixel grid anymore. So yeah, let's just say this is a high value. And this is a everything's okay value. And you don't get any impression of time. There's no history here, right? Like, you guys get why I don't use you guys get why I don't use like Sketch and stuff, right? Because you see how like restrictive Sketch would be to do this kind of stuff, or if you kind of treat UI more like you're just drawing, right? You know, drawing precisely. I think with those other tools where it kind of like starts to shorthand the whole process of making CSS, I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like you lose it. Like you lose this level of control, and sometimes you want to do things that the web wasn't meant to do. Not like any of this stuff is that, but that's a mess. So I think horizontal lines are out. Oh, that stinks. I don't think there's much wrong with Sketch. I just feel like if I'm trying to do experimental design, any of those tools, they're not the way to do it. They're just like they're trying to put you in a box of what they think a developer or designer needs is for tools. Sometimes you want to be in that box, you know? Okay, so Noah said for all percentage metrics, why not one line with icons on the line for what it represents instead of 4 lines? One line with icons on the line for what it represents instead of 4 lines. I think that sounds messy. Because if you think of icons, like let's say here's our line. Then we start peppering icon, 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 icon. They might look okay for one, but as you start to do that, like all the way down, it's messy. You know what I mean? So the question might be like, I really want this. Yeah, I really want this thing in. Why do I want it in so much? I want it in so much so we can see stats of these different components. But the problem with seeing these stats is that if they're not time-based, they're irrelevant, because you almost like what's another thing that works like this? CPU temperatures, right? Like or when you know what I mean, like that thing of when you look up let me find an interface. I'm sure if you have, I'm afraid to type this word in because I can just imagine the things that can come up. So if you look at like a graphic, a series over time of CPU temps, is that really as big as that's going to get? Like this isn't like, imagine if this scenario took place. Really? Or why is this is the worst? Why can't I just open images anymore? There. So let's say you had a problem with your server. You're working on your server, and it does this, which is something servers do, and then it goes back to the baseline. This happens a lot. This is like, but it might only happen for like one little period, and then it's gone. So you really do need that line chart, because just looking at the immediate snapshot of what's going on is not going to give you a good idea. So any way we do this, we need line charts. And I guess my question is, do you need to know what's broken for this to work? Do you need to know why something is doing that to know there's a problem? Like, we were just looking at that graphic. Did it matter like what that thing was labeled? Because isn't your next step going to be like, click what's doing that? Like, this is just sort of to give you the information, right? So what if, oh, this is probably not going to look good, but what if, it's just line charts and nothing else? No, like, no indications. All you know is that relative to a top or bottom of the container, like, higher up bad, lower good. You get 4 of them. How do you make that? Is there, like, did they figure out that one gradient tool yet to do this? I'll take a look. There is a little, what am I looking for? Libraries? Yeah. No, maybe not. I'm looking for that thing that's got all, like, the built-in patterns and crap. There. You don't see it? Yeah, it might break out too much. I know how to do this in code. I don't know how to do it in Illustrator. Yeah, they definitely got it in though. So what do I have to do to fix that? It's the G key. Eh. I mean, this is making sense to me. I just don't. Yeah, what is that gonna mean? Lewis, think about this though. Does it really need labeling? Does it need labeling? All you're doing is saying, if these lines are up at the top, you've got a problem. And this is a horrible gradient. The idea would be it would gradient from like between that first part of the spec. I just can't get the gradient to redraw. Let me try if I swap it maybe. Yeah. Oh, I can't move you. Why can't I move you? And then swappy swap. No. So they didn't get this fixed yet. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if it were up towards the top, it'd be red, and then down at the bottom, it's green. I mean, technically, do you care about ones that are running near 0 or below X%? I don't know. Maybe it's just a way to show that they're running. Show the worst one and label it. I don't know. I mean, like, in most scenarios, I think this thing would sort of be chugging at a fixed percentage. I know that Nanobox had a weird way to display this that I thought was pretty smart, but I don't want to look at it. I don't want to bring that in because that's their way to do it. That was the designer's way to figure out the problem. We don't need to do that. Yeah, because it kind of, you wonder. So it's got to be a series, and time series. I don't really know any other way to do a time series other than like you could do a histogram or you can do a line chart. Well, again, so Nick, this would be a thing. I don't know. There's ways that I can do this like in my head. Like we could have, you can have a gauge that's like this. Oh, not like that though. Like let's say red, right? Is like a bad. And give me 1 second. You guys will see. So you have a bad zone. That's really going to be tiny. Why does it not snap? I want my money back, Illustrator. You have a yellow zone. I get right. Like, do you have? Yeah, you have like a yellow zone in web stuff where it's like ideal. You don't want it in that like 80% zone. That's the pay attention to a zone. Then you have a green zone. Like, don't if it's in here, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's totally fine. I don't like that green though. I don't like any of those colors. So then let's say you said this is your gauge. Group it. Yeah, I mean, like if you think about it, you definitely can show peaks, right? On a two-dimensional, non-historical thing like this, you could have a peak here. That's that raw color, or even like a brighter version of that raw color, and then you could have the current level like this. This is like, I think the closest thing I know that does this is like a sound gauge. So you lock that peak. Yeah, audio meter, yeah. It's just really hard to see when it's small, huh? It's not like horribly hard to see. And we might be able to we might be able to make that small. Like blur the max so it gives like a moving average over the peak. I don't know what you're saying, Lewis, but keep talking, man. You always have good ideas. Yeah, I mean, look how tiny that can be, right? And let's have one of those light up, because essentially you would just be showing every pulse. You would just like this bottom gauge would just be displaying the pulses. If it went all the way up, like there, like do we do a color takeover and like make that yellow? Yeah, I think so, right? And then like if it's, well, let's show this one just being full on. And then let's say, yeah, look at the bleed on that thing. Come on. How many times do we have to do this, Illustrator, before you just, look at that. What is that even? Okay, let's show this one where it's never peaked outside of the green, right? So, okay, the peak's actually pretty low. And then I wonder if so I'm actually looking at my audio meter right now. So what it will do is, nope, it doesn't do this. I thought it was holding like the highest one, because I think what you could do is just do this and then have a single separated bit of color there, right? And we can even move that back just a little bit and say like, okay, that little single separated thing is another way to display the max. So it's like the max on this one's yellow, the max on this one's green, the max on this one's red. So it serves the purpose. But then you can also just sort of see like it maxed out at red, but it's looks like it's fine. It just has maxed out at these higher numbers. I don't think you do this thing where you fully color the bar. I think you actually just do it like this. And we'll get some better colors in here. I guess this is just to kind of show the concept. And then this one would sort of be... Let's watch more things go off the pixel grid. We're going to find out, man. I think we'll try that too as like a 1 pixel version, just to see if it's enough to give the same impression. And let's see too if we can get these down. So we wanted them at 20 pixels, right? Let's just try that. We'll aim for that. So let's just try 2 in a row, and then we'll do that with 1 pixel instead of 2. Oh. I just can't believe how much that just... Sorry. The bleed is killing me because it'll look tighter. It's going to look like a lot of stuff going on the side. And is it enough? I don't know if that's enough to tell me. Let's see what happens if we... Again, like yeah, we'll take this and try it with 1 pixel. Let's just move that off. If we like that, we can come back to it. All right, so now everything is 1 pixel tall. Isn't easy to get at a glance. Yeah. Yeah, I think that might be a problem. It's like too many colors, right? It almost makes more sense to, yeah. You know what? I don't know why we're going to, let's just run through one of these and see. Just to see. But it almost makes more sense to just have, like at this point, almost like 4 circles or something. I don't know. Or just the words, okay. Another word, there's a problem. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it might be, you know what? We got to be careful. We got to be careful with throwing this baby out with the bathwater in a sense. Because, like, this is not in motion. It would be. It would be in motion if there was data streaming into it. It'd probably be in, like, it would be adjusting itself every couple of seconds. And so it's hard to get a read on it. Yeah, it's just so tiny. And maybe it's, like, almost too bright. Let me see. I'm going to try Salvager. Give it a way less of a base. So then that stuff will really pop out. Look at the top one, not the bottom one. Let's try the bottom. For the bad one, close the program. I just don't know. The hard part about this is they serve a function. It's not like we're throwing this in as like filigree on the design. It's like this is a meaningful function. Um, what are other ways to show this? You have four things. I say later again. You have four things that can go from 0 to 100. Um, if we didn't have the requirement of building it over time and we just said it will spike it red if there's an issue. I've never seen that. What are the show me Noah. Lewis, that doesn't work when you've got three of them that are bad though. I think that really though that one pixel one doesn't look bad to me. I've been just staring at it for a couple minutes here. Let me just copy paste it down. I don't think that actually looks all that bad. I think like it's a little tough to read it. But in terms of like, does this break anything? I don't think so. I think you could effectively run these down the entire line and you're still looking at something that's legible. Um, let's just see. Yeah, it's not bad. It's what a tool looks like, it's like a soundboard or something like that. Like we were saying, like it looks like it's complicated, but it's not overwhelming. I might just be too wanting this to work, but you see what I mean though? Like it's there. I can see, okay, there's problems somewhere. Ooh. I don't know. I just had a thought of like, what if that line, that single pixel of thing, was like legitimately the timeline, and then so everywhere in the timeline, in that period that's covered, this is what Nanobox did. I'm stealing it from him. Dang it. Well, is that a bad thing though? It's not. It's not going to look exactly like what he did. But think of like if that's there's no y-axis, so your only thing that you can indicate on is color, which not great for people who are colorblind, but it's right there. So if that's the case, imagine if I don't know, maybe that makes it really messy though. So like, yeah, this is like, if you were to look at this sort of in that mind, imagine if each pixel represented 1 minute of activity, right? And then they just change colors depending on whether or not it's red, green, blue, or red, green, yellow. And I wonder if even like you just sort of only change the color if it's yellow or red. And then like that green is sort of that light green like that. Like it's not a highlighted color. I'm gonna try like one block of that. See what it looks like. And I'll check that 1 second. No, I just want to let me chase this puppy down. And so you wouldn't have any need for that. Get rid of that guy. Let's get rid of the yellow. Let's get rid of the red. Let's just stretch this out and say, okay, this is your base state. Oh, come on. Give me the handle. I need the handle. Where is it? There we go. Okay, so base state like that. And let's say we had some, well, we'll say nothing happened with that one. That one's all green. And then this guy right here, we had some trouble. Like we had spikes here that went yellow and spikes here that went yellow. Let's say this one is screwed. It's all red. It's like something is going wrong. And let's say this one has sort of the same idea. Like it's yellow, but it's really intermittent yellow and then red. And we'll just see if this is legible, because I don't know if it would be. Do you see it right here? It's hard to read it, right? But you can tell when something's wrong. And you get an indication of the time where it was wrong. 24 blocks for 24 hours. I think it's got to be a little tighter than that, Nick. Like I think we'd be probably just looking at minutes. Like there's like recent server activity. If you wanted that 24-hour window, I think you'd click in and we'd show it, you know, as a more detailed statistic. All right, let me see this Apple thingy. Where is that? There's a name for this. It's like a pole or something or another. Yeah, I think that's another way to show it. We could use a what are they called? Star chart? Dang it. Where are the charts? Where is the charts? Show me the charts. Yeah, the radar. Yeah. Radar graph. Because a radar graph is going to give you... Nope, not like this. Nope, not like that. It's going to give you like the 4 point. Let's try one. It'll give you 4 areas that you can activate into. But then, no, you're going to lose historical. Sorry. You can't do that. Radar, like those things work really well if you're trying to say like, what's the composition of something? Sort of like a pie chart, but it's a different way to show composition. Because it almost shows the balance of composition in something. I don't know. I think we could do that. Let me copy paste that like 15 times and see. Okay, so if we have the top one versus the bottom one. I think the bottom one reads easier. It might be harder to see spiking in the bottom one. So let's do just like one version of like everything's fine except for one little tiny spike, which is what service hits look like, right? Are you guys know what I'm talking about? Like when you kind of like launch something and there's a service hit and that one thing, like that's a problem because it maxed. That's a problem. Because that means that something went to 100% and you never want things to hit 100%, right? Well, I guess you can see it. It's there. It looks like you got to clean your screen a little bit, but it's there. Colors are definitely going to have to change. I can't see the red next to the yellow. Maybe it's not even yellow, right? Maybe it's just red. Maybe it's just one color. You're only showing when services exceed what, like 80%. That's all you're doing. You're just showing like this timeline. Oh, and then we get back. Well, then we get back to the idea of why even do this broken out by each thing, right? Because there's almost like like there's almost like a way to just say you have these four things that you're monitoring. If any one of the fourth, like somebody probably brought this up earlier, I swear. If any one of the four things hits the threshold, spike the line, right? But I think the problem we were running into is saying that we wanted to label it or we wanted to separate it. Why? Why label it? Why separate it? Just it's just an indication that something happened. So then the user is gonna like tap the button, and they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, what was that?" And you click it, and then they're gonna see the chart for that thing. The chart. Now we've got all that room there, like all this room to draw a chart that has labels on it and whatever else, right? And it's just for that one component. So yeah, I think we just took a trip down, didn't think about it lane. But that's, I guess, what this kind of work is about sometimes. Kind of discovering. Because really, I mean, these things are pretty, but like that gets it all done. That's really the purpose of it, right? It's just saying, like, oh, my one component is having a problem that I need to, I now have a reason to tap it and see what the problem is. I don't care about these four things. I just care that it's just that one thing. So with that in mind, there's a lot of different ways I think we could approach that. The thing on top of my mind would be like, don't put it over here because it might run into namespace issues. But what if we like used it as the, like Lycan brings up a good point. Instead of 1 pixel, how about a 2x2? Yeah, like let's make it easy to see. So why 2? Like make it like that. And then if this little guy is having trouble, we'll still do the thing where the pixels represent a problem, where it like represents something going wrong. But only the reds, only the bad ones. Oh, could this even be the thing? Like, could that be it? Just right there, just something like that. It makes sense, right? Like, you're not trying to give them the Google Analytics of this thing and like, it's kind of stupid to keep those all in the same spot, but like, can you get away with that, or do you actually need like everything's fine? It's not hard to edit, and it doesn't have to be like a bright green. I swear I've seen things that look like this. Like my brain is going and saying like, yeah, I've seen that before. Oh. I'm trying to think too, man. Like I know I've seen this. I almost think like the pattern is to actually draw that everything's fine graph in the background, right? And then draw that everything's not fine patterning, but you do it across the entire thing. So you would, oh, this is going to take some time. I wish I knew a way to simulate this, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just going to try to draw it quick. Morning Star. That's where I've seen this. that was like the place for information design and whatnot when I was in school. Because I went to school in Chicago, and Morningstar was based out of there. So if you want to do some sick information design, you go work for Morningstar. Morningstar is like this thing that investors use to kind of figure out what the valuable stocks are and all that. Bunch of statistics, statistical analysis, simplification of data. That's, I think, where I've seen this. And now, mind you, the resolution on this graph, you know, to be honest, I think we just have to draw it right across. Because the resolution on the graph has to be tight. It's got to be like 1 pixel represents 1 data point for this to work. All right, let's go. Illustrator magic. Drawn. I'll take that. So I need every single one of the pixels to be represented as an object for this to work. Would have been great if I moved that guy in the background first. Let me just lock it up. Okay, so now we grab all these. We're going to set the registration point or the reference point to the bottom. So now they're going to know to stick to the bottom. Then we go to Object, Transform Each. And what we can do is we can actually scale these now. Boop. And preview that, and then do a random scaling of vertical. So we can say it can go as far down as nothing. And now we got our chart. And that's a huge chart, right? So let's just say that's a server that's having some issues. We're going to try to do this next part with a gradient. So grab everything, group it, make a custom gradient based on this guy. So red is really right at the tippy top. Yellow, there's a big amount of green. And now we'll draw it. Oh yeah, okay, that's it. Got the Rasta flag, and then just bring it way down. Nope, that actually was just for a point. Let's bring it way down. Bring it up. Like that. Kapow. So just like general yeah, like just like a general status indication with a chart to see over the past like couple hundred minutes, like, was this an isolated incident And even just to say like it's running, and here's this little, like for something else, it might just be this little chug, right? So let's put 2 in a row and see what happens. Let's say this guy is fine. So totally fine. We'll just attach the green to it. Green. And then just pull the peaks way, way down. Where have I seen this? Maybe it's not Morningstar. It looks right because it's stolen. I'm okay with that though. Like somewhere that came from. That looks awesome. I don't know why. I think that looks right. Like I think that's the way to do it. Like it's a cool, slick interface that's easy to read, and you know when something went wrong. And I wonder if you could even like with something like this, like really reinforce if something went wrong, because now that we're sort of saying like this is important, but we're willing to do this a little bit and like fade that name in from the side. Noah, we determined that the metric's not important. What's important is that something went wrong. And so what we'll do is we'll have like a consensus between those 4 things of like through the 4 things, if everything's green, great. If any one of them is spiked, use that as the highest one. So I would say that would be the way to think of it. If we have 4 numbers that are reporting every minute, whatever the highest one, use that. So if one's at 100%, use that one. Does that make sense? So it's not so much to get your information out, it's to get a total indication. And then like you click it, and then when you click it, boom, now you've got 4 charts. Which was the one that was misbehaving? Okay, it was the CPU. You got it, man. We got it. Woo. And I think like again, I think this looks fine stacked up like this. We should do the rest of them because we're gonna do it. It's probably just easy to type these. And I think I'm gonna do like 3 in a row that have this sort of like real serious problem. Hold on a second. We definitely have to change some of the colors here too. So this is fading into some blue or something like that. We'll just leave it alone, but gonna have to change those colors eventually when it goes out. Hold on a second. So if you have CPU that peaked for 30 minutes until 30 minutes ago and RAM that peaked for 30 minutes until now, do we connect both and show 60 minutes? Yes. So it's like Noah said, you're plotting the max. So if you have 4 numbers, regardless of what the 4 numbers are, if number 1 is 0, number 2 is 0, number 3 is 10, and number 4 is 15, that's going to equal 15. If it's 100, 0, 0, 0, it'll be 100. Does that make sense? Okay. So yeah. So I think this is a combination of some smart things that people were bringing up. And it totally works because like it just makes so much sense. And again, it doesn't look bad. I think I'm going to check it, but I think we could have these just running in a row, like of all this nasty looking stuff, and we'd be fine. It'd be probably smart. If I hit that save button. There we go. So Illustrator just introduced a live save, which is kind of smart. They used to be that save dialog would pop up and say it's saving, and now it doesn't do that. It just starts saving. Like it must like pull the file off and take it off thread or something. Yeah, well, dude, tiny data visualization looks really good. That's why you love it. Like, uh, if you want to see some really cool stuff, there's a visualization kind of like guru, you call him, or he set a lot of the opinions in motion for data visualization, and his name is Edward Tuft. And when I was first getting into this stuff, like, he was the guy. He was the guy. Like, read everything he wrote. A friend of mine like went to his thing and recorded the like the what do you call it, the conference for me. And he basically established a lot of rules inside of information visualization, or data visualization, and then he invented things. Like, I think he's the guy that invented spark charting, which is almost what we're doing right here. But spark charts, they have a rule that they have to be like, I forget, 1 point or 1 plot at a time or something. Without that guy, though, you would have nothing. You would probably have mail check. You'd probably have a lot of just garbage in the world. He was the guy that started like calling out like New York Times and things like that, because people used to, well, they still do, use data to lie a lot. It's very easy to lie with data. This is not family-friendly music. It's okay, but let's pull it out. But yeah, he put a lot of these things into practice that were like, they clean stuff up. You can take, if I have a piece of information, like a statistic, and I want to make, if I want to lie with it, I can. And it's not even a matter of manipulating the data, it's a matter of manipulating the imagery of it. So you might say like something costs $5, like you're using cubes or something to represent cost. You say something costs $5, and this is my $5 one. And then this is me geeking out now. And then something costs $10, and then the $10 one, since you're using cubes, this is what they would do a lot of times in newspapers and books. They would say like, imagine this is like spending budget or something, and this is a total lie, right? Because this is, in fact, it's not twice as big, it's 4 times as big. And he would argue about those things all the time, because your brain, your like whatever decision making brain understands that's 4 times as big, and then you trust it, and you trust like that number less, and you say, oh, they're making a good point, oil's really expensive, or like we spend too much money on education, or whatever the point might be. So the solution is to like, scale things up appropriately and not lie to people using shapes. Can we do this? Can we like get these gradients all to be the same gradient? Let's see. Take that. And then where's our, what? Oh, it just blends in. Go. Needs to be darker than that. Dang. This is going to be hard to figure out, but I don't want it to be black. We'll figure that out later. Yeah, I think that works though. I might hate it later, but for now, I mean, okay, so what will this do? This will indicate to these guys what's going on, and then imagine we have to work the other side of the problem now. So the other side of the problem is that these components are all inside of this EC2 AWS 1 box. So the EC2 AWS 1 box, it might need some refining here, and we might need to think about bringing this structure in here to indicate hierarchy or something like that. So if we did that, I don't want to keep moving stuff in. So can we do that another way? Maybe like, I say not moving it. I mean like titles, text, things like that. Can we do that? I don't know. Let's work the other problem first and come back. So we'll go to something where there's multiple instances for the same stack. Let's see how that looks. Hold on. I'm trying to think if this even makes sense. Like, could you just do it like that and say it doesn't matter? Where's that guy come from? There's like a little fade coming off that thing. Huh. Okay. Oh, I made that out of a gradient like a dummy. No, that's it. Yeah. Let me try it up here actually. I think when you start to isolate, it might work just fine. I think that curve buys us just enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like you see it, but you don't. Okay, let's leave that. Should we move these guys back just a little bit? Like off of the hashtag instead of off of the word staging. Now, since this is staging, we get away with not having to say if these things are online or offline, right? Because if one's offline, the entire box is offline. But I wonder, yeah, does it have to, at least the instance has to have the indication? Dang it. And then we're moving all this stuff back out. We're just getting into like some deep nesting, and it's a problem to figure out. Yep, you're right. Yep. I'm just curious if there's some way we can like light them all up. Yeah, like that. Oh, yeah. Ooh, it's so good. Oh. Yeah, there she is. There's the first. She's a 45, so she's gonna be pretty easy to work with. There it is, though. Oh, I don't know why I do that because that's a lot of work. That's actually not that much. I have done enough angled connectors in my life now that that's trivial. Like I see that and I'm like, you're not even a tough one. You're not even close to what they could be. You're nowhere even near. Wait till we start doing that everywhere. I genuinely think that is my style. My style is to add a 45-degree connector or several angles or something like that. That's just my thing. Let me just see. The little gray triangle formed between the circle and the 45. Oh, that little guy? Don't worry about that little guy. We'll get rid of him. Oh, jeez. And now the quick implementation of the angle has now turned into roughly an hour. Yeah, but that works. Like, okay. So as this extends out, the so this is where it'll get interesting, right? If you're saying productions online, I guess same idea, right? If there's like everything is offline, or if one thing is offline, you count the whole thing as offline, right? Like if something's broke, this is just an indication that something's either offline or broken. So you get that's offline or broken. So let's do the same thing though with this guy, and we do just for my sake. What can we do here other than just make this super bold? Yuck. Other than making that, maybe I mean bold is part of what we could do. What can we do here to sort of separate out and say like that's the instance, and these are in the instance. I mean, it's just a simple. It might just be a simple thing of doing that. There's always room for more angles. A hash in front? No. That's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like some. I need to show hierarchy. I need to show that like this stuff is inside a thing called that. Another 45, bringing in a few pixels. Oh, you tempted me. You're tempting me. I'll do it. Yeah, maybe just push it down a little tiny bit, right? Just like let that 45 naturally find. Do bang project. Twitch that. And I'm sorry, I've got to figure out what I need to update. I know I've got like an old description under my stream, and I just haven't gotten around to updating it. So I'm sorry, it's probably a little bit old. It reflects other crap we were doing. I haven't streamed Twitch that in like I don't know, like seriously streamed in about a year. So move those sub items up so they're also only 1 pixel apart from the. Yeah, okay, let me check it and just hold on. I think you're right. because it doesn't really need. It can just be an angle, like an indication of an angle, and you'll still get the point of it, right? Whew, that looks cool. How can you? How could you still have the 45 angle and make it look that awesome? So Lewis, I actually have those sitting on hard drives. We're in the process of looking for an editor, like a for real video editor around here to come and clean them up and get them up to YouTube or something. Cut away the bottom left corner of the parent. I mean, I see what you're saying. But I almost think that little weird angle we just got was like the angle. You see how weird that looks going 45 in? So when we have this like weird, I don't know what that is for an angle. I can figure it out, but it almost makes it look like a ledge. It's kind of cool. Makes me want to do like that. It's definitely doing something for me. So with the goal to be add a layer on top of something like Elastic Beanstalk Media. Yeah, so it's actually Twitch that we're adding a layer on top of most infrastructure providers. So like I guess you could use it with Elastic Beanstalk, but it almost would like I don't think we're going to support that guy out of the box, but we support things like AWS, like EC2, Linode, DigitalOcean. So you could, I think we're going to have to at some point work out things like auto scaling and whatnot. But this is almost like, imagine how Heroku works, where you go in and you just sort of like move the dial over and you get the thing. The big difference here is like it's all pass through. So we're going to do pass through instead of what Heroku does, which is like they buy the hosting on your behalf and they bill you for it. Good for them. But that's not what we're going to do. That looks better. Oh yeah, that looks so cool, man. All right. It might all be a bit bright. I'm just gonna address that real fast. These are the more subtle line. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. What would be the benefit of using the tool versus something like Azure App Service or Elastic Beanstalk? Super simple to use, like super duper simple. Like you could. The goal is that we want to make a tool that like a junior developer or even less, like an intern level, somebody just getting started, can deploy this stuff quickly. So keep in mind too that like EBS is it's on the outer end of that. Azure App Service, I don't know. I've never seen it, so I don't know what that is. But we do a local development environment, then move the local development environment over to your service. And then once it's over to your service on a single instance, we can explode it into multiple instances with just by clicking a button. And then you can scale those multiple instances. You could scale any of the instances independently of each other, just with one-click actions. So you're not installing anything on the box. You're not even touching the terminal to hit the box. You're just saying go do this, and Yeah, then it's going and doing it. Good luck making that with CSS. It's not gonna be hard. That's easy CSS. Hey, thanks, Twitch. That you join our Discord, man. Help me out. Help us build it. Hi, Ava. We need help with it for sure. Like, I don't think this is an impossible thing to build, um, by any means. But it's complex. We have a lot of the code that came with it. Um, so we sort of inherited a project that was a I'm looking for a tool. 1 second. We inherited a project that was commercialized. The commercialized project got acquired. During the acquisition, it was opened up. So it's a very rare scenario. So a lot of the underlying backend code is already written. What we're doing is we're building a baller UI to stick on top of this thing, and make it so you don't have to use a command line to interface with it. I was hoping there was is it skill corner? I was hoping there was a way to decircle that circle just so I could see it. What am I doing? I'm getting way too nitpicky. We got more stuff to get through. You should take a look at App Service and Elastic Beanstalk. Use them a bit. No, so I've used Elastic Beanstalk. It is not. You gotta. No way. You gotta hire somebody to set that up. If like, it's not the same thing. Like, it definitely helps you to like manage scaling and all those things, but you have to set all that up. This is less about managing the scaling end of it from an automatic standpoint and more of a setting the app up to scale, if that makes sense. Like, it's the explosion into components, or from components into instances, making sure they all talk to each other. Like, Elastic Beanstalk won't, I don't think, unless they change some stuff, won't do that. But it will definitely like consume a text file and say like, add this thing this way, Yeah, and that's, dude, you bring up a good point, and maybe we should look at that as like maybe the next step is like automatic scaling or something. But I think, so here's my impression. When you're at the point where you're automatically scaling stuff, when you need automatic scaling, hire somebody, because you should be making money. I think but it's this weird point you get to when you're building an app, a web app, and it needs to handle like more than an EC2 medium can do. The database might need some special attention. Heroku's too expensive. A single like rack space VM isn't going to cut it. You don't want to manage it. It's that weird thing of like, you definitely know you're in for a couple $100 of a month for hosting, but you don't want to be in for like a couple thousand at Heroku. That's what we're trying to help with. And even just like all the gradient before that of like, like a new developer who like wants to push something to an EC2 and they just don't know how to do it. So I don't know. I make the point, like I make the contention. Why do you need to know how to do those things? Why? Like, what is it, like a point of, like machismo or something? Like, I don't think you need to know how to do any of those things. I think that like you're going to pay somebody when the problem becomes big enough. And until then, use our app, This will get interesting, by the way. I got to look and see. I think the way the instancing takes place, the namespace is built around the component. Let me check it. Because that's, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Where is this doc? I really got to take a break in a minute because I'm just, let's say like 8:40. I'm a little frazzled. Okay, so that's what they look like. So they're just separated and they're namespaced. Yep. Just what they are, but they just are separate. They're like little islands. So that would probably just mean like doing this, but instead of drawing this line through all of them, I guess drawing the line through the outer containers. I don't know. And you still have a platform service that has to run. Okay, let me just take like a 5.5 minute break. I'll be right back, guys. And if you're wondering, here's our Discord, and the project link was just posted, so you can check that out. Yeah, I'll be back soon. So now we just have to do the next piece of this, where we'll say these are all components, which does get a little more. I'm sorry, these are all instances, which gets a little more complicated. But we can just starting point, bring these all down. And you, I'm not going to forget about you, little guy. So they all have to be like top level things, and we need to show they're a little bit probably separated. And yes, there's going to be instances, I think, where two things are running on one instance, but maybe not, because I guess you could definitely do that. Things would still attach to the EC2 box. But yeah, let's pretend that's not happening. We'll get rid of that. We'll unindent it. I should have masked on that other side. Dang it. So I wonder how we would just, I guess we could just show that they're linked. But you would have this weird scenario where some of these things might be turned off. Let me try some stuff. Like, would that work as a connection piece? Dan, am I still doing the design work for the hairdressing? No. I am not doing the design work for the hairdressing stuff. I think we need another way to do these guys. So we're doing the hardest case of this, which is everything is its own instance. If we had, like, let's say that first thing was indented in. So I think the reason this has to be different is because the prod box more or less like represents a bunch of instances all working. And I think the way to achieve that might be like pulling a thing down here instead of the indent. So we'd follow the indent pattern when it made sense, but instead of going straight down in, gonna come down off this like that. Now we've got an indication like they're separate. And let's do that one scenario where the EC2 holds the webmain. Oh. That's a simple thing to set up, right? Just say like if it has children, render it like this. Because these will just be like ULs in the background. Let's say the worker mailer is turned off. So a couple things. Let's change that to like a sort of light white. Because it's just showing connectivity. It's not showing inherently that it's on or off. So worker mailer is off. Let me find that red that we were using. Yep. So if it's off, then we take it and go like maybe like that, and maybe bold italics, and maybe reduce the opacity just a little bit. And of course, if it's off, like probably this graph is gone too. Okay. Do maybe one more of these. Let's see. We know Badger's in Ruby. Let's make a what do you call it, a PHP site or something. Let's try to think of my projects that I have. We'll call it, yeah, Python. Just want to see kind of what it will look like if you're messing with the graphic that's there. Not great. So we might want to just do our own icon set at some point. How did those manage to be two different colors? Huh. That's so weird. Oh, okay. I see. There we go. I don't even think we need that other gradient there. That's a good separation. And I wonder too if there's like a way that, so you're kind of like tacked into that project and that would all sort of show up over here. I wonder if there's a way where we can just do a little push off the side, right? And just do like a little tiny, maybe it goes like right there. Probably need to do something about those indicators. Let's see. So that's the condensed version of this, right? So that I screwed up there. That would be go right at the edge. It's these two. So let's just try a little bit of scaling on the corners. Let's see much. Yeah. I'm going to kind of cheat on these guys. Because I accidentally obliterated those little graphs. So I guess one of the questions would be like, would you ever let two of these be open at the same time? Right. I don't know. I think we're in okay territory though. Whoa. What's going on there? What are we doing? Why that's so weird? Like it's just like dragging it off the side. Okay. So kind of the way we're going to go through the UI is we're going to do these sort of expanded panel things like this first to kind of build the library of different ways to handle stuff. Um, and then we're going to kind of go back and do just like a set of screens that are more realistic. Um, yeah. So the next thing I think we got to figure out here is I really should get an actual ad unit for this. If we're going to have an ad there, we should use a real ad. Let me see if I'm going to see. I should have something I can drop in there. Oh, there's so many. Hmm. I'm just trying to find a quick 300 to 600 banner that's not going to be copyright protected. There's like nothing. Hold on. It's always a little scary moving around file systems on a stream. You don't know, like if it's like, oh, I saved my social security number as a text file. That's the end of it. There we go. Okay. let's find something. I think we want these to be big ad units, like 300 by 600. Um, I just found a bunch of smaller ones. Because the 300 by 600 are really easy to make. Let's see, blackjack. That's gonna clash hard. Maybe some triple crowns. How is it the one size I need? It's like the one I can't find. Okay, so we didn't do any of that size for that. That's definitely a licensed asset. That's not the worst thing. Let's just grab that. Oh, jeez. What are we gonna do about this ad? We want that in there. We don't want people to be like, "This is the worst." You have to like minimize it as much as you can, right? Just like squeeze it in right at the side. Maybe at that bottom. You just put it at the bottom of the window. Because I wonder if you do that and then you have another one, like a 250 or a 300 by 300 right here, that says get rid of the ads, right? And that's not like a banner. That's legit like just some text that says get rid of the ads and pay for it. Yeah, it's because it's complicated. So you think so? What do you mean? Like it's the ad's a bit scary. So please expound upon that, Lewis. It's because it's not easy to do. You can't run AdSense ads on a desktop app. So there's not many ad networks that'll let you run on desktop because it's very easy to falsify desktop traffic. So in a sense, what you have to do is we're going to keep track of like the usage statistics and we'll be able to say like X number of people use this for X number of hours per day. And then I can provide that to like a more formal ad network than AdSense, and just sort of sell that and just sort of be like, okay, it's for 1 month of ads there, it's going to cost this much money or something. This many impressions, it'll cost this much money. So you can't just like plug AdSense in, and that's probably why you don't see very many of them. Now, I am completely okay with removing this if it gets to be a real weird thing. Like if we can build a case as to why it's not okay to do this, I'll get rid of it. I don't want to disorient people. I don't want, I don't want people to freak out. Because like the big thing with it too is like you can't really target ads into the space. Like we're definitely not going to like send over profiling to people or anything like that. That's not going to happen. So we're just going to say these are developers. How do you know they're developers? Because it's a developer tool. Oh, okay. And I would say the best type of ads to fit in this slot as I think about it, because I used to be in the business of doing this, and as I think about it, I think these are less clicky. They are less click-based ads because you're not going to get the clicks. This is more about impressions, and this is like Super Bowl level stuff or whatever. This is not a click-through rate. This is more like you want people to like be aware of you. This is the place to stick it. Okay. That's what you're saying, Lewis. I hear you, man. Help me figure out that case. I've never seen them before. I was trying to get opinions on it, and people are way too much of a pure. They're way too pure when it comes to this stuff, like very naive and pure. And like the responses I was seeing was people being like, you should figure out different ways to monetize your app. And it's like, yeah, or not, or don't. Like how many web tools, could be monetized with ads and not go under, Do you really get mad at something like Facebook? Like, come on. Why get rid of, who cares? Oh no, what does that mean? The document may be read only, or the user may have it open. Thank you, Illustrator, for fixing that problem. Okay, so I think like again, we've got the frame figured out. That's looking tight. I like the color scheme. Like I think that's a really nice bunch of colors to work with. I'm glad it's not black, and like just gray. I think it's really easy to start working with in grays and stuff. What else can we do here? I don't want to put this message in quite yet. I just want to get used to knowing that that's dead space. That's all. So I guess we could throw in like not that we need it, but just like the X's, because I don't want to use the basic Electron frame for this. Why is one of those thicker than the other? That's just the weird way of looking at it. Just looking at other windows I have open. One of those, then one's a square. It's like your maximize button. So that changes depending on if it's maximized or minimized. And I think that's the shrink it down button. And I think we got to work on those more as time goes on. But just get them in there. Start working with that in our minds. I don't know if you're on, are any of you guys on an Apple machine right now? Okay, so Lycan, can you tell me, like, do you have any Electron apps installed? Like something that was custom skinned, like Slack or like Discord or something? Because I'm looking at Discord for this little piece right here. And like again, we'll do our own thing, but I'm curious, like on a Mac, does the Discord Electron app skin out this thing in the corner, or do they use the native iOS? They have the traffic light. So they have the traffic light on the left. Or did they jam the traffic light on the right? On the left. So how do they? Can you snip me a screenshot or something? I'm curious because like you can see this, right? Did they just stick it up above all that stuff, or you can see it's got this like right over here. So did they just stick it up above, or did they kind of like put the traffic light and then write Discord next to it? I have my curiosity, you know. Because we'll have to just take that into account. I'm running a lot of like this design down a column here, you know. Let me try the different logo really quick while I'm waiting. I got a different one, like this guy. Did I cut that out, or is that just, those are just literally the background colors? Okay, let me just grab it. Yep. Oh, I already grabbed the one. What am I doing? Stop doubling up the work, man. Just like a snip up to some website would be great, though. If you guys, I know it's gonna take a minute, but thank you. What? Where's, so where did they stick the word Discord? Can you just snip like that whole top bar or something? That's crazy. Like, so they have a totally different design for that. I'm so confused. So the what? So like their entire top thing, their entire window doesn't contain Discord. It's like up in some weird Mac real estate. Let me see. Thanks, man. Wow. Okay. So wow, that's crazy. Okay. I will have to talk to you guys more about that because I think you know we'll design and develop this for Windows first and foremost because that's the machine I'm on. I think the market share on Windows is comparable and all that stuff. But eventually, we're gonna need to make it look good on the Mac. You know, yeah, it's not the right logo for this. And just like those little tiny pieces, I actually need somebody who I can trust to compile it on the Macs. I can like send over all the Electron code, and you can't build the Electron OS X on Windows. Perfect, Noah. Thanks. If you're willing to do it, man, sneak in all those Bitcoin miners. Could you imagine if it was just like you have that option? Like, oh yeah, we'll get rid of the ads. We understand people are scared of ads, but we're putting in a Bitcoin miner. Like that's seems fair. What's going on with this gradient? Why can't I do anything with that? Oh. Just a little gradient to cut that in, I think, helps out a little bit. I wonder if we can, when these things are front and center, we lift it over the gradient. Yeah, it's cool. Is the Hackintosh dead? You know, we could do it. There's always been concerns though with Hackintoshes because, as far as I know, it's not very hard for Apple to see that you're on one. So, like, as a daily driver, that's kind of not, is that really going to work? It's never a big deal until like your machine shuts off in the middle of the day. That's the end of it. You're back to your Windows XP boot. Okay, guys, it's like 9:30, so I'm gonna cut it there. If anybody has any questions, let me know. It's been a fun stream. I think we got about as much done as I think we could have gotten done. I'm gonna save this out and stick it in our Discord so you guys can, take a look at it, see if you have any ideas. I think this was so much fun to do, and I think that the quality level of doing this stuff on stream goes through the roof, right? Because we're as a unit, we can kind of get to the bottom of the problems really quick, Just try and check the different aliasing. I think it's gonna probably look more like this art alias thing. Save it. Yeah, so no questions, nothing like that. Okay. We'll catch you guys later. Have a good night. No, I'll be on tomorrow. I'm gonna try to get in a little bit earlier. Yeah, so see you later.